Everyone, and a very warm welcome back to the Finance for Nature conference. A welcome to those joining us in person and to those online as well. We had a fantastic day of discussions yesterday, and I'm sure we'll have the same again today. Thank you to everyone again who made yesterday such a success. I know that I certainly learned a lot about what's happening here in the UK and around the world. Really exciting, really inspiring. For those of you who are joining us today for the first time, my name's Gail Hurley. I'm an independent advisor on development finance. I'm also a senior consultant to the Global Ethical Finance Initiative. And if today is your first day, you're also in luck because we're starting with a quick recap and reflection session on yesterday. And so for this first session, I'll be joined by Cath Preston, who's Head of Innovation at SEPA, and also Robbie Kernahan, is that right? Director of Sustainable Growth at NatureScot. I know Catherine was meant to provide us with some remarks yesterday, but what we thought we'd do for this morning is keep it really informal. We thought we'd just have a chat amongst ourselves about the conservation finance journey so far, where we are, what's going well perhaps, what needs to be stepped up. So please, Catherine and Robbie, perhaps come up and we can share a few thoughts from yesterday and today. And because I did so many introductions yesterday, I thought I would abuse my position as MC and perhaps share one or two things that particularly resonated with me yesterday, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well. So I mean, I was left thinking yesterday, there were two words that came to my mind, and the first is momentum, and the second is confidence. So on the first, on momentum, I think yesterday I was left really inspired by the many collaborative approaches across diverse communities that we're seeing, NGOs working with scientific communities, with government, with finance providers, many others. We heard yesterday also how the Finance for Nature conversation has gone very much mainstream throughout a much broader set of stakeholders. So we have governments, we have investment managers, we have banks all talking about finance for nature in a way that perhaps 5 or 10 years ago they were not doing. So I think that's all really wonderful. So that's why I use the word momentum there. But I think that alone is not going to move us to that wonderful world of Trilonia that we were hearing about yesterday, that we need to get to Trilonia. That's a step change we need to see in finance for nature. We heard about how the next decade will be really critical in delivering the transformations in financing for nature that we need to see. So that brings me to my next word, or my next reflection, which is confidence. And I think we also heard yesterday, and we had a good discussion around risk yesterday. And I think the reality is that the confidence is not yet there within the finance sector around nature-based solutions. And it's not yet there at scale. So with the renewable energy market, for example, that's much more mature. The risk-return curve is much more familiar. Financial actors are much more confident about investing in that area, and we know that that's still not the case for nature-based solutions. And I think, obviously tools like blended finance are helping, but then we have questions of scale when it comes to blended finance. Also, the whole question around the apportioning of risk when we're using public financing as well. What actors assume what risks within a transaction. The question of additionality is a big one as well. So those were a couple of reflections I had on the conversation yesterday, but I'd love to hear perhaps from you, Catherine, first, perhaps what you think of that and any other thoughts you had on some of the discussions we had yesterday.
Yeah. Thanks, Gail. Thanks, everyone. So we certainly are at a critical point in time. The science tells us that we have a short time to act on the twin challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss. But what is becoming increasingly clear and real global interest in this is that nature-based solutions are a key part of the action that we need to take. And there is a real opportunity there to be acting quickly, in the right way, but acting quickly and putting in place solutions that are actually very effective and very manageable. When we started on this journey at looking at nature finance, we had a number of questions from two sides. So thinking about the nature-based solutions themselves, the initiatives, how do we create those in a way that are investment ready? Investors can see the risk, the rate of return, and so on. And then from the other side, thinking about, okay, so what financial models do we need? Can we use traditional financial models? Do we need to be creating new ones? And it's that work to bring those two aspects together. And I think the work we've been doing, certainly in Scotland, and I know elsewhere in the UK and globally, that work of looking at those key aspects and bringing the finance experts, the experts in conservation, nature, NGOs, government and so on together has been really it's got us to this point now where we can see that thinking about nature-based solutions, we can see where the revenue sources can be generated. Now there may be some core ones like obviously carbon, natural flood risk management, but these nature-based solutions, they're tackling climate change, biodiversity loss, but delivering a whole raft of other benefits as well. So you can start to see where those revenue streams can be generated alongside the other value returns that investors are very interested in globally. And then on the other side, you can see some real fantastic examples of perhaps new financial models. So the Landscape Enterprise Networks is an excellent models elsewhere as well, where they're a little bit more perhaps complicated than some of the traditional standard financial models, but actually these can be put in place, working with the beneficiaries, looking at the different benefits, working with the beneficiaries, thinking about what those benefits are worth, creating the contracts, the governance and structure around that. So in my mind, I think we've got enough there to demonstrate potential to start to build some of that confidence that you're mentioning, and to start using these examples in the UK, Scotland, UK, globally, to really start scaling up and increasing the pace of change that we really need. So I think it offers a fantastic opportunity.
Oh, thanks so much, Cath. And I think, we have got to a great point already. We saw yesterday so many inspiring collaborative approaches, the collaborations that you were talking about. We've seen new models being developed, new revenue streams, as you said. They do inject some complexity into it all. And we did have some discussion yesterday, about how that does imply some high startup costs, but how those costs, I think with the lens model, the landscape enterprise, those costs are coming down slowly over time, which is also very encouraging. I think, you mentioned beneficiaries, and, a message that we heard yesterday quite a lot was inclusiveness and sort of the just transition piece as well, and putting communities and the beneficiaries at the heart of nature-based solutions will ensure their success. So, Robbie, can I now pass over to you? I mean, there was lots to chew on yesterday. What were a couple of your key takeaways?
So I'll maybe start by just saying what a privilege it is to be here today with all of you, innovators in nature and business and finance. I really enjoyed yesterday's session, probably because it was so action-packed. We squeezed an awful lot in yesterday. And that, I think, in itself was testament to the work that's going on, because there is a lot going on. And that was one of my highlights, actually. I think, for me, it kind of really helped just illustrate that we are focused on shifting the dial and accelerating investment in nature restoration. And two or three observations I would make. One, actually, Cabinet Secretary Ms Forbes yesterday highlighted that moral action to act. and also highlight, I suppose, in Scotland, the financial savvy and the economic opportunity to do so. So that really struck a chord with me, I think. And the other thing to reflect on is that I think the penny's finally dropped, that nature and climate are interlinked. You know, we're not talking just about climate and carbon anymore. We're actually recognising that nature and climate are interlinked. And that for me, I think, over the whole week, actually, and some of the discussions I've been involved with in Glasgow has been really helpful. And what we want to see in Scotland, certainly, again, thinking about some of the discussion yesterday, is that values-led, high-integrity market for natural capital. And it's, I think, again, it was a common theme yesterday that's essential that investment is outcome-focused to the highest standards. So that was interesting. And picking up on the just transition point, Gail, that has to be intentionally designed. Andy, you spoke at length yesterday, I think, about the process by which engagement with local communities and rural communities specifically, they need to feel empowered, they need to feel engaged and included, and that's pretty key, I think, for me in terms of making sure the markets in Scotland work, but I'm sure that's the case for the rest of the world too. And then the final reflection, I think, the sense that people want to get past the rhetoric. You know, we've been talking about some of this for quite a long time, and that came through yesterday. We want to stop ticking boxes, I think, and focus on getting things done. We've got a coalition of the willing. If we can't make these things work in Scotland, then where can we make them work? And I think that's what we should do. We should crack on.
That's great. That's a great note to end on. Call to action, Robbie. And I think, you know, what you said about, you know, values-led, high-integrity market. I think we actually heard quite a lot yesterday about how new measurement tools, reporting tools, new advances in data collection can actually help us to create those high-integrity, credible markets. So I thought that was all very exciting, and I learned a lot there. So we're all focused on shifting that dial, getting to Trilonia. So I think we'll close this session there. Really excited to hear more about what's happening in Scotland and elsewhere later today. We will start now, I think, by showing a video, and Robbie, you can tell us more about.
So just to whet the appetite this morning before we get into our first panel session, we're going to show a video which is just some of the members of the Scottish Conservation Finance Pioneers network. They've made some videos just pitching, I suppose, some of their projects that they've been working on, either developing innovative kind of pioneering conservation finance opportunities, or certainly trying to enable them. And the video showcase has been sponsored by Hannah and colleagues at SRUC, Scotland's Rural College, and it features, I hope, some opportunities perhaps for, certainly of interest to many of you, to understand and perhaps even think about where the investment opportunities or more work is possible with some of the projects, including work in the marine environment through the Scottish Marine Environment Enhancement Fund, Highland Boundary, trees as infrastructure. There's a number of highlights here which I hope we'll enjoy before we get into the morning.
Super, thanks so much. Thanks to Hannah for kicking off the video, and please join me in thanking both Catherine and Robbie for their opening reflections.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hannah Rudman.
And I'm Professor Mark Reid. Together, we run the Thriving Natural Capital Challenge Centre at SRUC to enable ecosystem market creation. We show how Scotland's natural capital is essential in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our work focuses on advancing the fundamental interdisciplinary science of ecosystem services and informing decision makers on the restoration of natural capital and its sustainable use.
We build ecosystem markets through action research projects to meet net zero targets and reverse biodiversity decline. We do this while supporting thriving rural communities through regenerative agriculture and conservation, ensuring a just transition. Let us tell you about projects that you can give grants to for nature improvement outcomes.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total land mass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission. With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Facing today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open-cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities, as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions. And when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and are drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and revegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial, and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Highlands Rewilding Limited is a new mass ownership company that has emerged from the Bunloit Rewilding project with the purpose of nature recovery and community prosperity through the scaling of rewilding in the Highlands of Scotland. Rewilding to us is a holistic approach, restoring whole ecosystems, providing many interlinked benefits for climate, biodiversity and people. Jeremy Leggett is the founder and director of Bunloit Rewilding Limited and Highlands Rewilding Limited. He is a social entrepreneur and climate campaigner and former director of international solar company Solar Century. The Bunloit Rewilding project began on Bunloit Estate on the banks of Loch Ness. For the past year, the Bunloit team have been researching and consulting to develop an economically viable land management model that boosts carbon sequestration and biodiversity while creating rural employment opportunities and making an ethical profit. Collaborating with various experts in the field, we've been measuring our carbon and biodiversity baselines at Bunloit Estate using a combination of traditional and cutting-edge survey methods to achieve the most granular dataset possible. By openly sharing our work with others, we hope to further natural capital verification science. Highlands Rewilding Limited will scale the work that has been underway for the past 18 months at Bunloit by replicating locally appropriate versions of the Bunloit model on other suitable tracts of land across the Highlands. The first project for Highlands Rewilding is the ownership of a nature-based solutions business on Beldorney Estate in Aberdeenshire. Here we will focus on the following land management themes: afforestation of native species, sustainable forestry, regenerative agriculture, ecotourism, eco-building and natural capital credits. The work here and on further land in future will be carried out by the Bunloit Rewilding operating team via a framework agreement. Jeremy Leggett is a startup specialist and has a good track record of finding world-class growth phase leaders and boards for his creations. The Bunloit and Beldorney estates were initially bought with £9.3 million raised, of which £5.5 million came from 3 bonds, £500,000 from a loan and £3.3 million from Jeremy Leggett's post-tax proceeds from the sale of Solar Century. The target for the start phase of Highlands Rewilding is £6 million of equity from founding funders, and the tally so far is at £3.3 million and counting from 25 high net worth individuals, family offices and impact investors. As we are very aware of the issues of land ownership inequality in Scotland, we also hope to do a circa £2 million retail crowdfunding campaign to widen the shareholder base and let in as many local community Scots as possible at some stage as citizen rewilders. If you're interested in joining the Highlands Rewilding team on this journey, head to the website to find out more. Please do sign up to our mailing list there if you would like to register your interest as a citizen rewilder. If you're interested in learning more about becoming a founding funder, contact Jeremy Leggett directly. Thank you.
Trees Infrastructure is an open source platform that is aiming to support various city stakeholders to collectively value and invest in urban nature in cities across Europe and the world that for way too long have understood trees from an aesthetic point of view. They've seen them as beautiful lampposts rather than understanding them from all the different values that they can provide, from cleaning the air, to actually filtering water, to supporting humans and non-humans to have better lives in cities. There is many European cities that are committing to all these targets. You know, we will plant 3 million trees, we will plant 2 million trees, but essentially the problem is that they don't have the money or the capacity or the resources to do that right now. And so I think Trees as Infrastructure is working with cities to help them understand what is a new asset management system, a new way to price urban trees, and a new way to understand their impact in order to grow urban forests in cities.
So I hope you enjoyed watching the videos of some of the projects that are going on here in Scotland already. I'd like to invite Willie Watt to come down and join me at the table now. Willie is the chair of the Scottish National Investment Bank, and it's wonderful to be sitting in person with Willie Watt. We both serve as trustees for the National Gallery of Scotland, so we've been looking at each other's faces on Zoom a lot this year.
I didn't realise how tall you were.
Yeah, well, you've got legs, so that's a surprise. So the bank is publicly owned. It was launched just last year. And prior to being chair of the bank, Willie served as chair and CEO of Martin Currie, an Edinburgh-based specialist international public equities investment firm. So, Willie, tell us a bit about Scottish National Investment Bank and its missions.
Well, firstly, it's great to be here, and I wasn't able to join you yesterday, but that was quite helpful to me to hear what was said this morning and to see those presentations. And of course, we couldn't get a better example of natural capital in terms of some of those oak trees out there are truly stunning. Anyway, the Scottish National Investment Bank is a mission-based development bank for Scotland. So the missions are the transition to net zero, place-based inequality, and innovation. And those three missions, I think, are all relevant to finance for nature. As we've heard, communities are a significant part of the overall natural capital picture. The Scottish Government has promised the bank £200 million of capital each year over the next 10 years. And we aim to find projects that meet our missions to invest that capital wisely. Now, given the scale of the missions, 200 million a year is not sufficient to tackle them in any full way. So we plan to earn the right to do two things additionally to government capital. First is to raise private capital to invest alongside the government capital. To do that, we need to be regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, and we're looking at that at the moment. The second thing is to earn trusted public body status, which will allow us to borrow on our own balance sheet. And so with those two subsidiary pools of capital, we will be able to do more as time goes on. What is important for us is that we meet the mission impacts, but also invest in commercial projects. Because, as all of us know, we will not tackle the challenges that face us unless we can lever in private capital. And the bank can play a role as a catalyst to bring in that private capital by proving that positive net returns as well as mission benefits can be derived from its projects.
And what can you give us a few examples then of mission-oriented projects that have been invested in?
Yes, we've we've invested in an early stage company that uses the Internet of Things and satellites to monitor structures without having to send guys in trucks and around to look at bridges and railway lines and pipelines. We've invested in a heat storage company based in Scotland, which has innovative technology to tackle the big problem of residential heat, which is one of the most intractable net zero challenges that we're all currently faced with. And we've invested in a better than zero carbon building products company called Indie Nature, which is using agricultural products to transform into construction materials. And then we've also invested in a forestry fund set up by Gresham Capital, one of the leading forestry financiers in the UK. And what's different about that fund is the emphasis on new planting and the emphasis on native species. It is a commercial forestry fund, so it's not all native species, but the ratio of native species is higher than in traditional forestry funds. And because it was a slightly different type of fund, it needed cornerstoned, and the bank provided the cornerstone financing for that fund. For us, the impact, we make sure that the impacts are there by having covenants into our financing. So if that fund says it will have a ratio of native planting to commercial planting, we will measure that every year, or they will measure it and report to us, so that we know that they're sticking to what it was that we all signed up to. And you'll find that as an element of all of the investments that we make, this mission reporting and impact reporting, which we heard a little bit about, from the Scottish Rural College, the importance of, I think you used the phrase, investors need high quality data. I totally agree. Yeah, decision grade data, much better phrase. Decision grade data. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean, the balance of how you assess the commercial return and then how you assess those covenanted and social and environmental returns, I think we'll need that decision grade data, because citizens will want to see it as well as the investors. Yeah. This bank's publicly owned. How will communities, how will the people of Scotland have equity from it too?
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the good things about the bank is that if those projects that I talked to you about are profitable, we will recycle the capital into the bank. So the bank's balance sheet will grow, and it will create a fund for the people of Scotland. 200 million a year, given the scale of the problems, doesn't sound a huge amount. But as that incrementally grows, if we make successful projects, we can reinvest that money for the people of Scotland. The way that you put it, Hannah, is very much the way that we see it.
Yeah.
What we plan to do is we'll report on, we'll create a mission report every year for public consumption. Our business plans are open to scrutiny by anyone. They're all on our website. We'll publish the detailed, if you like, impact information as well as the financial information. And we're in, as you said, the startup phase, but once we're fully sort of staffed and resourced, we will be planning to communicate with communities around Scotland, and we have a stakeholder engagement team that very much sees that as part of its role.
Okay. I wanted to ask a kind of reflective question about growth rates. So, capitalism is kind of dependent on talking about growth rates.
Yes.
How do we sustain that with
Yeah.
just one planet that
Well,
we're currently degrading?
It's a very good question. There was, I don't know if any of you saw it yesterday, I'm sure some of you did. There was a very interesting article in the Financial Times on this topic by Dasgupta, the economist, and he was making the point that the depletive issues around the natural environment and also its benefits were not properly priced into economist models. And therefore GDP is not really a sustainable measure of growth. And I think, that's quite an important thing for financiers and those that run commercial business to understand. But we still need growth because partly to do with inequality, both in our own country, but more so across the developing world. We can't just say we're having no more growth and everyone just stays where they are, because that's clearly A, unacceptable to huge populations around the world, and B, certainly isn't fair. But the sustainability of growth has to be reassessed. And therefore, depletion of natural capital needs to come with greater penalties, and the monetization of the restoration of natural capital, and those examples of these businesses that are looking at how natural capital can be monetized, I thought were interesting examples of how if once you start breaking it down into its component parts, there are actually a significant number of ways in which natural capital regeneration can be monetized. But I think more needs to be done on that, and I was quite taken by the Chancellor's statement the other day about requiring large listed companies to come up with net zero plans, because when a listed company has to do that, it will then have to look for ways in which it can offset, because net zero doesn't mean everyone's zero. It means that there will still be carbon consumption, but there has to be more of an effort to balance that up. And therefore, I think the valuation of restorative assets will become more significant. And I think what will happen, I mean, this is all voluntary now, but in discussions that I've had, I think the plan will ultimately be that the financial regulator will expect these plans to be credible, and shareholders will not invest in companies that don't have credible net zero plans. So I think that's good for natural capital.
Yeah, we had very interesting discussions with the TNFD here yesterday, who were beginning to reveal all of their methods and processes for helping companies report that. So, you've seen some great natural capital, nature-based projects here. Can they get your number and give you a call?
Well, yes, of course they can. We invest between £1 million and £50 million in projects, and we are able to invest in community projects as well as commercial businesses, and I think we see this as an exciting area. We're trying to engage with other actors, and what I would say is that the role that we play in the financial structure is usually, there's often grant availability, there's commercial finance, and we often are in that kind of keystone position between the two, where we've talked earlier about risk reward. And different risk reward buckets, if I can use such a crude word, but we're trying to probably take a higher risk, still with a positive reward than the commercial capital, but more reward and less risk than the grants. So that positioning in the capital stack, as we investment people like to call it, is the one that a development bank like SNIB can play.
Willie, sorry we've run out of time, but thank you ever so much for joining us here at
all.
Ross Priory, and thank you for joining the 50 audience who are with us online as well today. Let's thank Willie. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you, Willie. I have so many questions for you, Willie, so I hope you will stick around. I'm sure others do as well, so I hope you'll stick around for a little while and hopefully be able to answer some of those questions. So it is my pleasure to now hand over to Helen Avery of the Green Finance Institute, who will be moderating our next session on meeting pace and scale, making nature markets work for all. So we've heard all about how the finance is there, but we need to accelerate the transformation and we need to scale it up. So we're hoping that this panel will solve it all for us, and that by the end of the day we can have exactly shifted that dial, as Robbie was saying. So Helen, the floor is yours, and everyone else, welcome. Thank you.
Sorry, just as our first panel this morning gets organised, I just thought I'd maybe just provide one or two introductory comments, if I may. So, as Gail said, this session is really all about pace and scale in nature markets. And I think we can all reflect, or I certainly have already this morning, on some of the key messages from our Cabinet Secretary for Finance. So no country yet really has set out a full strategic approach to developing a market for natural capital. And we heard yesterday, and I suspect we'll hear again, that this isn't easy, but things that are worth doing seldom are. And again, just to reiterate, I suppose, locally here in Scotland, we're certainly ready and willing to embrace this challenge precisely because it is urgent and because it is essential, and it is also quite exciting. So, the Financing UK Nature Recovery Initiative, what and who is it? So, the initiative that we're just about to hear from brings together a coalition of organisations that recognise current spending is not sufficient to reverse the declines of nature in the UK. And it's a collaboration that originated with a proposal from the Broadway Initiative, Green Finance Institute and Finance Earth in November 2020. And the aim is to create those investable markets, those elusive investable markets and projects for mainstreaming to mobilise the capital towards nature-based solutions. So what's not to like about that? I won't say much by way of milestones, but so far in November 2020, we saw a proposal for financing UK nature recovery. In September of this year, a strategic directions paper, and in October, a draft recommendation and roadmap. So I'm sure we will hear a little bit more about that this morning. So looking forward to a stimulating and challenging panel discussion to hopefully shine a light on what we all need to do to establish those value-led, high-integrity markets. Before introducing the panel, I'll pass over to Ed Lockhart from the Broadway Initiative just to further set the scene.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Robbie. Hello everyone, delighted to be here. As Robbie said, I convene the Broadway Initiative, which is an alliance of the main business organisations working on climate and environment, and nature investments particularly become a priority for us because it's so important to our community. As Robbie said, we've been pulling together this work with Green Finance Institute, Finance Earth, and a coalition including the likes of CLA and many other organisations. And been delighted to work with the Scottish Government, Treasury, DEFRA, the Welsh Government and others to start to put together this framework. I've been really excited by the last 2 days because I think collectively we're at a new frontier. I think what we're doing actually is putting together, creating a new architecture for nature investment. And with that, I think brings a huge challenge and responsibility to make sure that what collectively we're doing is coherent, because I think it has huge ramifications for how we approach nature in the future. So I think that's things like, how do we join up the great work we heard on TNFD yesterday with the framework and roadmap we're collectively producing in this coalition, and make sure that what we're doing is coherent internationally, coherent across the UK. So I think, as we're creating, we've really got to think about how collectively we're joined up. So my hope is that as a group we can work together, particularly over the next year, because there's pace and scale, but there's particular need, I think, for pace and to bring that architecture together very quickly. So Scotland is a natural convener for this. I think clear natural advantages in nature, in investment, in innovation. So my suggestion would be, perhaps we come here for another 2 days some point next year and really try and join up these pieces so that what we have is something we can show to the world as a really clear, coherent architecture. So on that, I should have given David time. I think David was going to just present the framework. I don't know if if he's able to do that. Okay, so I'm going to hand over now to my colleague David.
Thanks, Ed. For those of you who haven't been involved in the initiative, we just thought we'd give you a bit of an overview to tune you in for the panel discussion. So it has certainly been very encouraging that at the halfway mark of COP, we can see the fundamental interconnection between net zero and nature recovery coming to the fore. But we need to take decisive action, and that was the origins of the Financing UK Nature Recovery Initiative. Recognition that the scale of the challenge was vastly greater than the funding available from government and philanthropic sources. Earlier this year, in his seminal work on the economics of biodiversity, Professor Dasgupta set out clearly the reasons for this underinvestment: deep-rooted and widespread institutional failure, which is why, as Ed has just said, we need a new architecture. In the government's response to Dasgupta, we were invited to set forward a roadmap for scaling up high-integrity environmental markets. And the critical word we see here is high integrity. The need for certainty, the need for investment certainty, for public confidence, trust in these markets. And I think it'd be fair to say it's been a bit of a checkered path to date. We have done an awful lot of work on barriers to action, and I was really pleased to hear that earlier today people were talking about, let's crack on, let's overcome these barriers. We don't need to talk anymore about the barriers. They are clear, they're understood. What we now need is action. In addition to the scale of the challenge and the limitations of public finance, the risks basically currently exceed potential returns, as we have heard, partly because benefits of nature are not properly valued, but also because of the economics of land use and delivery and regulatory silos. And we shouldn't underestimate the distrust of markets and private finance. After all, it's been market forces that has driven the decline of nature across the globe. So when we were asked to produce a roadmap, the first question is, what's the destination? And we've set out a vision that high integrity markets for nature-based environmental services will become a major driver of nature recovery across the UK. Importantly, markets are very good at establishing prices, rewarding integration, lowering transaction costs, finding the projects to match different types of capital with their risk-reward appetite, stimulating innovation and delivering better value for public money. But in addition to having a really clear understanding of the barriers, we also have the benefit of international experience. There are environmental markets across the world that have shown, both through their successes and failures, what can be achieved, ranging from the air quality markets first established in the United States, through to our own renewables obligation, which provided a clear framework for private investment and a clear target for action, to more recent initiatives, such as in Australia, where the Reef Credit Scheme is protecting the Great Barrier Reef through public and private funding together. And of course, our landmark Woodland Carbon Code, which is the gold standard of codes at this point. But also to learn from things like energy efficiency markets, which have quite a lot of similarities, in fact, to nature, being dispersed, needing to aggregate, potentially high transaction costs. Anyway, we've looked at all of these and concluded that the core features of well-designed markets come down to three things: clear and coherent, as Ed said, market design, a robust market governance, and a clear mechanism for market operation. We've set that out in our investment framework, and you'll be pleased to know I'm not going to go through the detail. You can read about it online. And we published that framework in our strategic directions, and encouraged by some real leadership from Scotland, who took the initiative to do some initial workshops with us in early September. We then broadened that out across the UK and got feedback on that framework. And so we're now in the stage of recommendations. We are looking at how do we have a fair distribution of the obligation for nature recovery, a driver for investment. We need to review the existing policies that are getting in the way of that investment. And we particularly need to look at how we integrate outcomes. We cannot operate on the basis of a carbon market here, a nutrient market here, biodiversity market here, without any coherent join up between them, because nature is fundamentally integrated. We also need to get the governance in place. This is tricky. We need organisations who actually provide the authority for these markets. In the case of the renewables obligation, of course, it was Ofgem. Who is going to play that role to provide the authority for credits from nature? We need published standards. It's great that there's work going on, but it's not with a coherent set of standards and a framework to guide it. And accreditation and joining up with things like the UK framework that's being developed under the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. And we've heard a lot today, of course, about decision grade data. Last but not least is the recommendations for operation, the project pipeline, supporting projects through patient capital, but fundamentally empowering communities to build the capacity and develop the projects so that they can benefit from these investments. We need the market infrastructure, platforms, contracts, and above all, perhaps, we need leadership. Our next steps is to put, our full set of draft recommendations are on our website. Our next steps are to have a draft report by the end of November, final report by the end of the year, and of course, cracking on with it in 2022.
Thank you, David. That's a wonderful run through as always, thank you. And hopefully provides a lot of food for thought for our panel. As you can see, we have a full panel here. We've got about 45 minutes, I think. Let me know if we can go over it all. So we're going to get through a lot and hopefully leave a lot of time for your own questions and answers at the end. But I just want to introduce you to our panel, who are doing some incredible work, each from different angles around driving private finance into nature. And I hope Eva's joined us, yes. So I'll start with Eva over here. It's lovely to join. Thanks for joining us, Eva. Eva Meyerhofer is Senior Environment and Biodiversity Specialist with the EIB. Just checking she can see us. Great.
Yes, thank you.
We have Rashir Shah, Director External Affairs at the Scottish Wildlife Trust. Archie Ruggles-Bryce, who is representing all landowners today, and a strong and healthy interest in beavers, which we will get to. And then we have Adam Purvis as the Scottish lead for Dark Matter Labs, Jamie Mansfield, co-founder and managing director of Finance Earth, and James Cameron, senior advisor at Pollination Foundation. So plenty of expertise here and an interesting conversation, I'm sure. So I thought where we'd start is really just reflections on what David has just shared. So I'd love to sort of go one by one and just hear which element to you from the presentation of the recommendation really stands out as being the most important in our drive to create high integrity environmental markets. So I'll start down this end. So please, James.
Do I need amplification, or are you fine? Okay. So first of all, thanks very much for bringing us all together in this rather wonderful place. David's representation of that very good report probably needs an extra endorsement. I just really do encourage people to read that report. A lot of work has gone into it, lots of consultation, lots of different points of view, and it's just a very important thing to look at. Now, it'll go through other stages, of course, but do please get into it and contribute your own views. The one piece I would like to focus on is actually how to bring all the parts together in an institutional design that is recognizable, so it doesn't feel like it's too far off what is familiar, that can be trusted by a quite skeptical private sector finance community, that is attracted to scale but nervous about complexity, and at the same time can be presented credibly to those who are really concerned about place, about the specificity of that particular landscape or ecosystem, or where very precisely the money would have to go in order to deliver the public good associated with the restoration of that land, not some other piece of land. So we know we've got a tension. We always have had a tension between scale, integrity, and the delivery of something particular in a particular place. Mm-hmm. Right? We understand that. We have to overcome it. And that does require building institutions that have that capacity to offer something to a marketplace that needs simplicity and the replicability of an instrument, as well as satisfying somebody that the work that's being done is appropriate for that place. And in the middle, of course, lots of other interests associated with the management of land, the agricultural community, where, again, there's an understandable lack of trust and a certain fear of the change that's coming. Mm. So that's all about institution building. And it's often undervalued. It's considered to be boring or that somebody else's responsibility, but actually it's not. It's the responsibility here, very obviously, is all of the market participants, all of the people who are interested in the outcome have got to contribute to what is going to work. And unfortunately, perhaps David was too polite to emphasise this, there's no obvious candidate today. I might suggest, not just because we're here, that it might be a bit more obvious in Scotland than it is down south. But nonetheless, you really do need to be creative here. It's not obvious that there's an existing institution that's competent and ready to take on the burden of all of those elements, to participate in design, to figure out operability, and to work with the marketplace with new participants, including some very big financial institutions who are ready to put money in, but they've got lots of reasons not to. Mm. Maybe I'll leave it there and others to go. But
yeah, that's so many questions from that, including, do we need a new task force? Is there another task force in our future?
I'm a bit sceptical about task force formation, but I do think there is a major effort of pulling parts together. There's always a need for some kind of goodwill broker, intermediary, always. But we're starting from a situation where, just to be brutally honest, the main governmental institution is itself very, shall we say, fractured. Mm-hmm. Doesn't always communicate adequately between parts of DEFRA. We've got to have Treasury involved. Because we've talked about it a lot, I'd like to see the new infrastructure bank given a natural capital mandate, mm-hmm. because, by the way, they could be a very, very handy partner in all of this. Mm-hmm. Public goods mandate already, capacity to bring in private capital, should be building expertise and real skill in the deployment of capital into natural capital. They should build that capacity. We should be really good at that. Here's an institution that's being formed. Let's make sure it does it.
Okay, brilliant. Jamie, what's your thoughts?
Thank you, Helen, and it's a real privilege to be here today. And I just want to give a few sort of background points as to why Finance Earth worked with yourselves, Green Finance Institute, and the Broadway Initiative on this process to build this coalition, and some of the key takeaways that I think are really important from what have come out in the report. So Finance Earth exists in a very privileged position. We live between the world of finance and conservation, helping to really build those models that actually bring finance into the real world and actually create these structures on the ground. And what we were increasingly seeing is that actually the solutions that were needed were not just solvable at a project level. You couldn't do that even at a sort of county level, and this is both within the UK and internationally. And increasingly what we've seen, and exactly why we teamed up with yourselves, was that it really requires this golden thread between the project up into the political realm and to the legal legislative structures that sit around that, to ensure that not only the revenue streams can be created, but the quality of the outcomes can be maintained, and that the wider communities and the local regions can actually benefit fairly from those activities. So the sort of, I guess, the three things that I think are really important that come through the report. The first one is ambition. There is so much time pressure on us all to act, and there are some really important, ambitious things that this proposal is working through. So the idea that we could create a positive nature obligation on specific sectors to actually incentivise learning from the growth of the renewable energy market, taking the tools that led to the success of that in the UK, taking those mechanisms and applying those to the natural environment, I think is a really, really powerful opportunity and could be scaled very quickly. Linked to that is about ensuring quality. And as we start to race towards scale, and particularly with the speed of scale of operation, ensuring we can do that and not erode quality of outcomes and erode benefit of outcomes is really, really fundamental. And so the work that's gone into understanding the standards, the metrics, ensuring that we codify what quality really means is also absolutely fundamental to this market working and sustainably working. And then thirdly, and I guess from my own career, originally starting in engineering, thirdly, this is practical. And exactly as James is saying, this is about the actual institutional design, the actual specific things that need to be created, and the tools that we see, things like with DEFRA creating the Natural Environment Investment Readiness Fund. It'd be fantastic to see the equivalent in Scotland, but creating those practical tools that can help build the sector and actually move this out of the world of conversation and theory, but into real practical actions.
Brilliant, thank you. So I'm writing a list here, and we'll come back and dive into these in more detail, because I think it's worth unpicking them. Adam.
So I'll be quick. So I'd like to challenge the idea that we don't have the institutions already. I think that we have the institutions. There is something around the capacity building of those institutions to fulfil that role. I also think that there is the way that Scotland operates, there is a very solid network of organisations that operate in this space. And their proximity to each other, largely led by, initiated by Rashir and with the Pioneers group, is actually highly functional. It's a highly functional group, and it represents all of the organisations in this space. So for me, there is something about the network of institutions that are able to do this work. And if you look at the work that we need to do around, outlined in the report, from regulation to the data work, to the accounting work that needs to happen, to the innovative financing mechanisms that need to get built, that will require a network of organisations that are building things in view of each other. So take, for example, an investment readiness fund, and I know there are proposals for one of those on the table at the moment. There's no point us just producing an investment readiness fund that isn't testing the regulatory infrastructure and the data infrastructure and the accounting infrastructure with every investment that it makes. Because ultimately, the games that we're going to play over the next 2 years will be about testing infrastructure so that it can grow. I have faith in the existing organisations in Scotland to play here in Scotland to play the roles that they need to. What they need is trust. What they need is trust from above, but ultimately as well, I think government needs to learn to trust itself internally as well. The Scottish Government has that problem. There are some exceptional people in the Scottish Government, and giving them licence to lean into this now, licence and budget to lean into this now, knowing that over the next 24 months, we're going to make some big mistakes. But we need to be given that permission and that wriggle room, and we need to trust each other and trust our existing institutions and invest in the capacity building of those institutions, I think, rather than bringing another one to the table. That would be my tuppence worth.
Fair.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep on going in this direction and then we can come back round for reflections on your comments, Adam. Archie.
Yes, thank you. I also feel very privileged to be here. I'm a proper beaver out of water in this setting here, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm not as comfortable with some of the terminology that you'll sort of talk about all the time. But coming at this from a kind of practical land management perspective, looking at the report, which I recognised a lot of the challenges that I'm trying to deal with in trying to build a sustainable land use model, introduce new systems of farming, introduce new systems of reprioritising our land use model around the delivery of environmental and public goods. And at the moment, what we're struggling with is that there isn't the revenue case there at a micro level. And you're all talking about scale, but scale is relative. I'm a relatively large landowner in East Anglia, but in terms of scale, I'm a dot on a rounding error on one of your spreadsheets. So we really need to understand that. It's big stuff for me. There is a level of risk, there is a level of confidence building that needs to be done in the sector, and this will come from clarity. It will also come from, I think, focusing more on outcomes rather than actions. And we're very much, as the land management world, been kind of used to being told what to do and not really having to worry about what happens because of what we've done. And I think that's something that this report really brings out quite nicely. But also, allied to that, is this ability to fail. Because what we're doing here, we don't know what the land use models are that will deliver the best quality of environmental goods. So if we go at this and say, well, there are only certain models that we can deploy that we think we've got enough confidence in to deliver the outcomes, what I would say is, no, chuck that idea out, focus on the outcomes, build your monitoring framework, build the data points, work with people who can collect the information in a cost-effective way, pull it all together, and then work out which of those models over land uses are actually doing the best. So it's a kind of flip it on its head approach, and that requires a degree of confidence from the finance sector and the public sector that is, I think, unusual to find, particularly down at the kind of debt financing, land management, individual business level where I operate at.
Thanks, Archie. Maybe this will come back to sort of the use of public sector to sort of be that capital at risk. Rashir.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of blood, sweat and tears and a lot of David's heart and soul has gone into this report that David has introduced here and the work that he's doing around financing UK nature. And I've been privileged to be part of the core group, working alongside Helen and others to contribute to that. And I've seen how that initiative itself has been very clear in trying to engage not just across sectors with environmental NGOs as well as the finance community and with but also across the different nations of the UK as well, which I think is really important. And that cross-learning across nations has been baked into the core of the work that David has been leading on through Broadway. I would say that for me, at the Scottish Wildlife Trust, we hosted the World Forum on Natural Capital for 2 years, a few years ago. And it's been very keen for us that this is ultimately about people and relationships, more so perhaps than even than the money and the structures. So getting the people and the relationships in place, warming things up in Scotland has been really quite key for us. I think with that in place and with the opportunities provided by what the Cabinet Secretary yesterday in her speech mentioned, which was government stepping up and playing their role, as well as supporting the finance sector to engage collaboratively with environmental NGOs and others, and those that are directly owning land and working directly with the communities that will be directly affected and will need to have their own ownership and sense of buy-in into these solutions is quite critical for us. So the Scottish Wildlife Trust is ultimately a solutions-focused organisation. So as the clamour develops over COP26, as more interest comes in the wake of that, I think we need to move pretty quickly and crack on, as somebody in the chat just said just now. But having people and those relationships between people in place is really key to cracking on.
Brilliant, thank you. And Eva, thanks for waiting patiently over there. So I wonder if I can come to you now and just get your reflections, particularly from having the sort of international perspective as well.
Thank you, Helen. It's a difficult task to follow from the other panelists, and I read the report actually with great interest because I think it applies to and it's very useful for all of us trying to invest in the sector. I mean, markets for us do not adequately value nature, and they haven't. I mean, to date, let's say there are a couple of front runners, market players, and they've been dominating the market, but the market as a whole hasn't been valuing nature. And I think this is very clear. And it is still much more economical to destroy a forest than turn it into, let's say, if we are looking at the international context, a palm oil plantation, than it is actually to protect that forest. So we have to fundamentally shift that thinking, and we can only do that, I believe, through regulation, moratoriums, and through the right incentives to drive that change. And I think the report discusses some of these drivers for change. But we also need those capital markets to be pricing nature and, in fact, making the case that protecting nature is more economic than destroying it. And this we have found at the EIB to be very difficult and has been one of the greatest barriers to investing in nature-positive business solutions because of the insufficient pricing of negative externalities of biodiversity and ecosystem loss. Not only on our side as a financial institution, I don't think we do that well enough, but also by businesses themselves. So because policymakers and investors haven't been able to properly value nature, what we've seen is that the finance industry has been using the carbon market as a proxy for investing in it, but carbon as a pollutant and not the fundamental building block of life, which is carbon in its solid form. So governments need to start taking account of ecosystem benefits of nature beyond carbon capture. And this is what we would be advocating. And we are only now just beginning to correct this market failure and bringing actually the powers of the market to essentially reverse the damage that we have done for a very long time and to unlock this financing of nature-based solutions. And I think this report has been extremely critical and valuable in trying to address some of these barriers and turn and make that shift and providing basically some of the solutions to address some of these barriers. And it's only by harnessing that power of markets can we start protecting our environment and preventing its rapid destruction. But I'd like to come to one point that I think all panelists made, which is that people are at the center of this discussion. And without engaging with the landowners, and to date, this is something that has been really missing, without engaging with the landowners, with communities, we will not be able to scale up nature-based investments.
Thank you, Eva. So actually, Archie, I'm going to come to you in a second because I think I'd love to hear from you the challenge of looking beyond carbon as you're thinking to ecosystem services. But James, I know you have some strong feelings about carbon can't be all that we have, so I thought...
Absolutely. In fact, Eva put it very well, and my colleagues and I at the Pollination Foundation have been doing this project into parallel with you guys, with GFI and with Broadway, and had a lot of conversations over the past 18 months or so with people who have a strong interest in the outcomes. And it's very clear that whilst we can use carbon as a proxy, where there is a marketplace, albeit one that's somewhat fractured with very variable prices, it's obviously insufficient as a marker of value for investment in natural systems. So we're going into this space now where we don't want to confuse and put off an interested capital marketplace in carbon. We want to draw them in on terms. We've got to explain very clearly, and you know because you've heard me say it so many times, it's a public goods marketplace. It's only there to deliver an outcome that's a public good outcome. So if you want to play, you've got to play on those terms. You've also got to understand it's got length to it. So your contracts create the asset. There's nothing else. The contract is the asset. The asset has length. The removals, if they're going to be removals, happen over a very long period of time. That's where the value, the natural capital value, is created. So that contract's got to last. Even if you trade it 100 times, the contract itself's got to last. You might want to think about a guarantee that sits behind it. It could be a government guarantee. It could be half government, half insurance. It's got to be something that we can have confidence that over time will deliver real reductions, real removals. Secondly, it's perfectly possible, we do it all the time, to have composite values. The oil market, for goodness sake, has many prices, and it's pretty commoditized. So we can construct instruments captured in a contract that have layers of value. We can also have separate instruments that we stack up, we know that, although sometimes that complexity is off-putting to certain investors. They might have to get over it, but that is certainly the case. And we want quality to be most valued. So again, we might have different prices for those things that deliver different values or multiple values. So this is all possible. It should not be seen as too complex or too difficult to deliver. But building up from, yes, carbon, but it's not enough. Yes, these other values need to be put into a contract that can be traded. We have to have length. And we've got to be able to communicate as clearly as possible the public goods mission in every single instrument. Otherwise, we'll attract the wrong kind of capital in the marketplace, and people will have misaligned expectations, and there'll be disappointments, and money will go in the wrong direction, and there'll be a reaction, as there has been in the past.
Yeah. And also investors won't come because they won't have the confidence that their reputation won't end up in tatters.
Exactly, and listen, most investors are followers, right? They're not leaders. They're waiting for someone else to show the way. The last thing they want is to go into a marketplace, A, look a fool, don't like to look stupid, B, lose money, C, take away an opportunity that might be there in the future. So they'll hold back. They'll hold back until they think somebody that they trust has sent a signal that's clear enough and long enough that they can respond to. And that signal has got to be, we've got to be cleverer than just making it carbon. It has to be more than that.
So I'm just conscious of time, and I really want to allow a lot of questions. So we've got, let's do another sort of 5 to 10 minutes. Archie, as a landowner, representing all landowners, sorry. I mean, how complex is it for you thinking about how you're going to sell some of these services?
It can be very complex, and it is a complete mindset change to the sort of standard food and fibre approach that the whole market and the whole land management sector is designed to serve. So everything from the advisory service to the legal service to the taxation services that sit underneath this are all pushing against a holistic multi-benefits type approach. And so what we did with it was trying to sort of unpick that slightly and say, okay, well, we're going to take a natural capital approach. We'll do the appraisal over the top. We'll try and model some of the ecosystem services that our land is capable of producing. And I completely recognise the variability of pricing because, you know, our land is going to be able to produce a certain amount of environmental goods or ecosystem services at any one particular point in time. But not only will that change if you move to a different land holding, it will also change over time. So the fact that I have either delivered or not delivered an ecosystem service means that the market then changes over time. So what I'm going to be doing in 10 years' time will be different to what I'm doing now. But the challenge really is getting the individual beneficiaries, because most of these contracts at the moment are being struck on a micro scale. So I am talking to individual water companies and our local authority and others to try and work out, okay, what is it that's going to motivate them to invest on a scale that they understand, but also then they can actually come and visit. Because that's a really important thing. That's where the trust, in the absence of a, you know, sort of institutional trust, the real trust comes from, you know, I know that I can show you that piece of land, which is the bit that you bought for biodiversity net gain credits or whatever it might be. And I think that's the challenge. Whilst we've got a holistic plan that's sitting over the top of our land use, it is very complicated around, you know, the type of land use system, you know, an agroforestry system and a beaver-created wetland system and some woodland creation. And how do you kind of pull out all the multi-benefits of that? But then we have to take it apart again to put it into to the really informal market. So I think there's a real challenge here to try and sort of tease out those two different ways of achieving trust.
Jamie, I see you nodding.
I mean, I totally agree with what James and Archie are saying, and I think actually what Archie really succinctly is showing that from a land manager, landowner's perspective, the decisions that are being put forward are impossible to answer, because actually the level of uncertainty, both within the revenue streams, the commercial impact of that, the scientific alignment in terms of what does good look like at the end of that, they are huge questions. And so I think all of that shouts that we do need to have this joined up system very quickly, actually, and the sort of the lights are looking at governments to help create those frameworks. The point on carbon, and that this is not just about carbon, couldn't agree more. I think that is a fundamental misunderstanding of nature-based solutions, and the amount of investors that are approaching us at the moment entirely driven by carbon market approach, and yet actually when you look at the sort of wider societal benefits that these landscapes, these seascapes can deliver, it's far, far greater than the carbon benefit of themselves. Yeah, so I'll leave it there. Good to get into Q&A, I guess.
Yeah, I want to just go through everyone again, and then we'll go for it. But Adam, briefly, is it easier in an urban setting? You've done a lot of work in urban settings of measuring co-benefits and finding buyers and buyers.
Yeah,
sorry.
is it easier? Is it easier? It's more topical, and therefore it's and we've been able to again operate where we're doing the full stack of work. And that enables us to test all the different bits of infrastructure to make sure that it can work. So that's why we're working with Google and Morgan Stanley to do that in Glasgow. But again, it's about aggregation to reach the scale that it's at. I just want to make a wee point on just the I think one of the things that's just really important about us valuing natural assets for all of the benefits that they produce, or many more of them, and being able to stack those benefits before they become tradable assets. It's ultimately about the resilience of the asset class. Yeah. That's what you're talking about, like servicing these assets and maintaining them over the time is the real problem. I'm not worried about the money. The money is there, ready and waiting. It's how we structure and organise how that money comes into this and plays a role. And the assurance will come to a system that can promise a greater level of resilience of those asset classes.
You also talk about the monitoring of them.
Yeah,
the management of the asset itself.
The maintenance of these assets is going to be the nut to crack.
Yeah, good point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And maybe that's where public sector financing could play a role through, I don't know, guarantees.
So good governance, and actually showing what good governance looks like.
So trusts that have length to them, really.
In cities, for us, it's ultimately about moving trees as costs on the balance sheet of the city to assets. Yeah. That's the job that we're trying to do. When you change them from costs to assets, the city has a fundamentally different relationship with them.
It's good language, that, because if you call them assets, then you can manage those assets. That's language that resonates, right? You've got to manage those assets, just as you do with renewable energy assets. And, they've got to be managed in order to deliver the performance. That's good. Got it.
Right, we'll quickly finish with Eva and then Rashir, and then open up for questions. Eva, I feel... Oh, I know, I need to stand over here, sorry. I'd be remiss not to ask you about the Natural Capital Finance Facility, and could you share with us some of the achievements that came out of that? And I hope we'll have a bit of a discussion on pipeline in a moment, but it would be great if you could sort of share with us how that worked and what that's achieved.
So in terms of achievement, we did manage to finance a decent pipeline of projects in the nature conservation and nature-based solutions space, but they were all very small and very niche. And what was very interesting, although it was supposed to target really the private sector, most of the projects were financed by public sector, and they were nature conservation components or nature-based solution components in larger infrastructure projects or in adaptation resilience plans of cities. And one of the issues that we faced, and I think Archie really described it from a landowner's perspective, but from a financier's perspective, is that natural capital comprises so many distinct assets which affect each other in very complex ways. And so for a financier also coming in and looking at the property rights over these different natural assets that have different costs, and the question then is, with whom do we have the contract with? Because these different natural capital assets affect each other and are interdependent on each other and rely on each other for the survival. That was one addressing property holders of property rights was one complexity, and then I think what was addressed by the rest of the panel, it's long term. Who monitors, who manages then those assets is very, very difficult. And then dealing with our risk management colleagues within the institution was, I think, the biggest stumbling block, because trying to shift their mind to these types of projects and understanding that our traditional risk models that we use for infrastructure projects cannot be applied to those types of investments was the biggest challenge. So where we saw actually more success is in addressing the drivers of biodiversity and ecosystem loss rather than financing pure nature-based solutions.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Rashir, any reflections that you wanted to add before we open it up to the audience?
Sure, yeah, I'll be very quick. I realize the time. We've spoken quite a lot about how do we get, and put a lot of energies into how do we get the market to trust the assets, nature assets, to put the investment into it. But trust goes both ways. There's a growing awareness over the last few days, certainly, that we need to find a way in which, as the floodgates open, because they are going to open as more and more investment comes into nature, how can people and communities trust the market and to be not greenwashing and when they're putting the investments in. And in order to do that, we're going to need to do three things. We're going to need to really big focus on accountability. We're going to have a huge focus on transparency of the financial flows behind this. And I think we're going to have a very participative market so people can engage in it much more directly. I think with those three bits in place, we can build trust, but that is fragile. And there is always that danger of greenwashing lurking in the background.
Oh my God, there are just so many topics we could talk about all day. I'm so excited. But I'd love to open it up if anyone has any questions or just comments that you want to sort of throw in while we're having this sort of collaborative discussion. Peter.
Peter Young, various hats. I'm a co-founder of Broadway and also trustee of the Green Purposes Company, which is giving public accountability to a mission-driven bank. So has some resonance. I want to just raise a bit more about natural capital accounting. I think that one of the things that would be really helpful, because I'm really scared about the speed with which people are already intervening on our landscape to get carbon credits and doing so and actually destroying biodiversity while they're doing it. We need to move fast. We need to have a new metric. The one we have got is natural capital accounting. It's got some problems, but there is a British standard on it. It is something we could get done at a national level here in Scotland. We could ask local authorities to do it. We could apply at community level. We could show that every single intervention is something that has measure against natural capital criteria, which is the broader remit that we need to make sure we're getting it. I'm interested in what the panel think about how much potential there is from that.
Brilliant, thank you. And I can see there's quite a lot of questions, so we'll sort of try and get through as many as we can. Which of you would like to volunteer to reflect on Peter's comment? Anyone?
Happy to jump in.
Great.
I mean, totally agree with what Peter's saying. I think actually what we see across the whole landscape is that this sort of existence or acknowledgement of a baseline of what a condition looks like, and the view of what good quality looks like is actually a really important conversation. And then we need to build really clear standards around what those outcomes look like. And that needs to be aligned with the whole finance community, actually. And ultimately, I think that needs to be driven into regulation. And I think linking that with practical baseline data is going to be the only practical way to achieve that. And at the moment, we have a massive shortage of that level of granular information, and there isn't that many organisations that are actually trying to sort of stitch those gaps practically. And I think there's quite a major job to be done there. I think also when you look at data, it's also not just the sort of existence of data itself, it's also the interpretation of it. And we've got a whole supply chain of systems that need to be created actually around how you use that data and then interpret it to assess what the baseline and then what good quality starts to look like at the end of that.
Adam, I know you have some thoughts on data.
Well, it wasn't so much the data. Sorry, I was just stuck at the beginning of the question because I think it's a really interesting question because that actually sits, the question you've got there actually sits within an area where Scotland has legislative powers. So I would probably throw this at Victoria, but because she bangs her head up against this all the time. But out of the 4 different areas that we need to operate in, actually the area that you're talking about, we could move. We could move and we could do something that shores up the system. So thanks for pointing that out. That's just my point. And I'm throwing that at Victoria.
Helen, if I might just, thank you. I completely understand the natural capital accounting is something we've sort of dipped our toe into, but it is still only a partial account. And one of the things that we're doing is trying to work with both our district council, our county council, and regional water resources agglomerations to try and understand how do you nest the framework. Because the framework needs to work for me, which will then tell you or anyone else, what it is that I'm doing on which piece of land, which is delivering what outcome, and then that needs to be aggregated up. The issue with natural capital accounting that's coming down from the kind of corporate sector is that it starts very big and then it just loses resolution at a point that doesn't really help us give me decision grade data. Because I need decision grade operational data, which needs to be related to the natural capital condition of those assets. And so that's something to think about. There's been a lot of talk about the kind of top-down investment approach here, but I have to look at it from the bottom up because there's no other way. I can't tell you what 10 kilometre squares of anything's going to look like because that's far bigger than I'm able to influence. So, I think we do need to be aware of that.
And I want to try to add a nuance to that because that is a real danger that a gap opens up between what is measurable and relevant to the on-ground, as it were, decision and what is measurable and relevant to the investment decision, and they don't match. Probably, I'm just looking across to those who are in government, or there's probably one or two intervention points that will deal with that. Yeah. I'm open-minded about where that is. It could be at the private contract level. It probably will need to be some kind of regulatory framework associated with possibly with accounting itself. Right? There's going to be an intervention point that allows us to close that gap. It might be because there is a kind of standard that becomes either quasi-regulatory or an expectation in order to be able to acquire some other benefit. It might be because of its access to finance something, or it might be access to insurance. There will be 1 or 2 intervention points that will try their damnedest is to close that gap, because I do think that's a worry.
Thank you. Oh, we'll take one more from the room, and then we'll come to online. Is that okay? Would you like, if you could shout your name for those online.
Okay, thank you. I'm Gordon Watson, Chief Executive of the National Park here, so delighted to have you. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of this session, so you may have covered this, but I'm interested in the panel's views on the regulatory environment. As a park authority, we're a planning authority, and having to think about how our planning policies respond to this. There's a debate about deer management and how much that should move away from voluntary if we're going to protect assets from that. There's a debate about grouse moors and muir burn, and there's all these issues that we need to think about alongside the investment side, and I'm just interested in any views on that regulatory side of things.
Great.
Thanks.
Any Rishi, please.
Yeah, I think for the there is a need for a lot of development of the regulatory framework around this, but in order to inform that, we need to have a strategic wrapper around that. And the strategic wrapper that we need is the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy as part of the government's work on this. Now, we understand that the refresh of that is going to take place within 9 months of COP15, but the need really is much sooner than that. So we need to move a lot faster on some of this. Speed to match the scale of the speed at which the markets are going to be developing is going to be quite important. So that would be my plea. In order to support that, of course, behind that, we need to have policy coherence within government overall as well. That will then help the regulation of this to have the teeth it needs and the credibility it needs as well.
Thank you. Yeah, would love to go to some of the online questions if you have have one, Hannah.
Great, yeah. The voice of Zoom in the room would like to bring up some questions and reflections around risk. So, of course, some of these projects are going to start, some of them will be successful, some of them will fail. And then simultaneously, if you're thinking about these projects as assets, can the insurance market be more invited to the table? Because, of course, these projects happening means that their risks go down. So an interesting debate online, but reflections on that would be appreciated from the onliners.
Risk.
I think it's incredibly appropriate given the
Totally
conversation
yeah.
before was about regulation as well. So I'll go my quick sort of 2 pence on that. So I think the point around risk and learning and recognising we will have failures is really important to to build into the system, and that we don't sort of create the framework that says we have to build at scale, we have to do at scale immediately, because actually that risk clearly starts to sort of accelerate both in its severity but also to the wider market confidence. And so having the support systems, a bit like the Investment Readiness Fund type programs that can help trial and test at an appropriate scale, but then you also need to make sure that those pilots absolutely have this, again, golden thread back to the regulation systems, so we can actually learn and improve with actually what's happening on the ground in the real world, and all the real questions that get asked when you're actually trying to fit this together in the practical environment. Quickly on the insurance point, the reinsurance market has an enormous role to play in this. It's the hidden buyer of a lot of these services, particularly when you look at risk benefit, flood reduction, and all the other climate adaptation benefits. And so they are, I would say, a really natural bedfellow for this whole market, which at the moment I think have stayed quite far away from the room, and I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity at the moment.
We really, really need to bring them into the room.
I know, why are they keeping their heads down?
Well,
What's going on?
because they make their money by putting premiums up. I mean, it's just really crude.
Yeah.
So, funny enough, I've got 1 or 2 meetings this week with people in the insurance industry who I really want to test out some products in their marketplace, particularly get the brokers involved because they know the marketplace. So you do need the reinsurance folks because they are backstop.
Absolutely.
As the government is, right? Who are the 2 big insurers of risk in this area? Government, taxpayer, and the reinsurance industry. Of course they've got to be in the conversation, but I'd like to get the brokers in to test them, to come up with some products that are going to be useful at dealing with this kind of risk. Obviously there's risk in inertia too, right? There's risk in waiting until it's absolutely perfect. That's no good. So we've got to use the risk transfer capital that's in their market to help us start, but recognise that there are going to be screw-ups. I mean, they just are. So that makes it an insurable risk. So let's get some creativity out of them, how they're going to deal with that. It's also the case that there are parallel risks that they're quite familiar with, including infrastructure risks and loss and damage associated with floods, etc., etc. That's close enough for them, I think, to step across and see the parallel. Resilience is actually the best word for that. And there was a resilience initiative here at COP, and we need really to push on here because this connection has got to be made in order to build the kind of marketplace that's robust enough to cope with the kind of capital that wants to come into it.
2.5 degrees warming, it's economic Armageddon.
Yes.
And all of these insurance companies' books are dead.
They're dead.
So they know that. So their motivations, we don't need to worry about them coming. They just need the pathways and mechanisms. And they need to be able to trust.
So I'm conscious of time, and we're going to, I think it's a half-hour break. So hopefully that gives people in the room a chance to ask more questions from the panel. But I did want to just end on a quick 15-second elevator pitch, I think, from each of you suggested. So Eva, I'm going to come to you first. Here we go. So if you had,
I think it's all been said, and I think I want to come back to something that was said in the previous session. We need to get on with it and or crack on with it, because we have so many reports and case studies and so forth, and they're great and they're fantastic reading, but we need to start implementing and operationalizing some of those recommendations.
I couldn't agree more, and I see David nodding, even about the recommendations he's just talked through. David, anything you wanted to add as before we do a quick wrap up?
No, I thought it was a fantastic conversation, and I really like the focus on all of the interconnections, both people, institutions, risk, trust, and that's the essence of what the framework is trying to achieve. So I was listening intently. It was brilliant.
Right, so as we're going to crack on with our break, there's a quick final question for you. If you had 15 seconds in a lift, this is courtesy of Ed, with the Scottish Cabinet Secretary for Finance and the Economy and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, what would you say to them that we need for nature markets?
Two messages. Yeah. Do we stop the lift? You're not getting out.
Oh, shit. So 15 seconds. What are you going to say, James?
Well, I want Rishi to give the Infrastructure Bank a natural capital mandate, and I think things here are moving quite nicely. I'd like the Scottish Government to show off the first few natural capital investments. Make sure they're good ones, but the first few ones to say, look here, we mean it, this is happening, this is the money. So I'd like to do that, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Jamie?
I'm imagining this as a glass elevator, and I guess I would say, look at all this amazing wealth that Scotland and England have created out of the dead natural assets of the North Sea, and then look at all this amazing living natural assets that you could also create the next round of wealth through.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's about how we treat each other and the level of trust that those people have between themselves and also ultimately the way that they treat their own organisations. And I think there is about this kind of democratisation and devolution of more power to the people that work in your organisations and empowering them to be able to do more work. Because I think, because this is, yes, it's a macro level problem, but it's also deeply nuanced. And as the discussion about the lens yesterday, that is something that requires a deeply leveled of it will work because it's nuanced and it operates on the ground and it's human centric. And I just think there's something about unleashing that at the moment, because I feel like these organisations at the moment are suffocating because they don't have the freedom to move. Yeah. And this is an age in which we need to move, so we need to treat each other in a way that reflects that.
That was way more than 15 seconds.
I can't do 15 seconds.
Archie, 10 seconds to make up.
Sorry, Archie. Sorry.
No, I think that there's two things. One is there needs to be a holistic multi-capitals approach to all public valuation and public procurement, and they just need to get on with it. So, the transformative levels of funding for someone at my level is completely different to what you're dealing with. And you can deploy transformative capital now on an almost no regrets basis.
Thank you. Rishi.
Well, I guess, the Cabinet Secretary of Finance's in Scotland's speech yesterday here was brilliant, and if she could implement all that, that would be excellent. And I guess there's been nuggets in some of the stuff that Rishi Sunak has been saying as well in terms of his approach in getting things moving on the cracking on agenda. So I guess if both of them were to kind of read out each other's speeches and make a commitment to do that, maybe we might see something.
That's great.
Brilliant. I'm going to just throw in my own there at the end. We need the pipeline funded. So it'd be great to see a NERF equivalent here in Scotland. That would be amazing. And we need those codes funded. We need those codes, so that would be just throwing it out there. So thank you so much to our wonderful panel. I wonder if we can join me in showing our appreciation. Thanks, Zebra. And thanks to all those listening online, and enjoy. Oh, Sophia has an announcement.
The rangers from Loch Lomond, Trossachs National Park are here if anyone would like a ranger guided tour.
Oh, lovely.
Happy
Sorry to those online who won't be able to join.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hannah Rudman.
And I'm Professor Mark Reid. Together, we run the Thriving Natural Capital Challenge Centre at SRUC to enable ecosystem market creation. We show how Scotland's natural capital is essential in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our work focuses on advancing the fundamental interdisciplinary science of ecosystem services and informing decision makers on the restoration of natural capital and its sustainable use.
We build ecosystem markets through action research projects to meet net zero targets and reverse biodiversity decline. We do this while supporting thriving rural communities through regenerative agriculture and conservation, ensuring a just transition. Let us tell you about projects that you can give grants to for nature improvement outcomes.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code, a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable Credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total landmass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission. With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Land Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open-cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities, as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions. And when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and are drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and revegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Land Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products, deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Highlands Rewilding Limited is a new mass ownership company that has emerged from the Bunloit Rewilding project with the purpose of nature recovery and community prosperity through the scaling of rewilding in the Highlands of Scotland. Rewilding to us is a holistic approach, restoring whole ecosystems, providing many interlinked benefits for climate, biodiversity and people. Jeremy Leggett is the founder and director of Bunloit Rewilding Limited and Highlands Rewilding Limited. He is a social entrepreneur and climate campaigner and former director of international solar company Solar Century. The Bunloit Rewilding project began on Bunloit Estate on the banks of Loch Ness. For the past year, the Bunloit team have been researching and consulting to develop an economically viable land management model that boosts carbon sequestration and biodiversity while creating rural employment opportunities and making an ethical profit. Collaborating with various experts in the field, we've been measuring our carbon and biodiversity baselines at Bunloit Estate using a combination of traditional and cutting-edge survey methods to achieve the most granular dataset possible. By openly sharing our work with others, we hope to further natural capital verification science. Highlands Rewilding Limited will scale the work that has been underway for the past 18 months at Bunloit by replicating locally appropriate versions of the Bunloit model on other suitable tracts of land across the Highlands. The first project for Highlands Rewilding is the ownership of a nature-based solutions business on Beldorney Estate in Aberdeenshire. Here we will focus on the following land management themes: afforestation of native species, sustainable forestry, regenerative agriculture, ecotourism, eco-building and natural capital credits. The work here and on further land in future will be carried out by the Bunloit Rewilding operating team via a framework agreement. Jeremy Leggett is a startup specialist and has a good track record of finding world-class growth phase leaders and boards for his creations. The Bunloit and Beldorney estates were initially bought with £9.3 million raised, of which £5.5 million came from 3 bonds, £500,000 from a loan and £3.3 million from Jeremy Leggett's post-tax proceeds from the sale of Solar Century. The target for the start phase of Highlands Rewilding is £6 million of equity from founding funders, and the tally so far is at £3.3 million and counting from 25 high net worth individuals, family offices and impact investors. As we are very aware of the issues of land ownership inequality in Scotland, we also hope to do a circa £2 million retail crowdfunding campaign to widen the shareholder base and let in as many local community Scots as possible at some stage as citizen rewilders. If you're interested in joining the Highlands Rewilding team on this journey, head to the website to find out more. Please do sign up to our mailing list there if you would like to register your interest as a citizen rewilder. If you're interested in learning more about becoming a founding funder, contact Jeremy Leggett directly. Thank you.
Trees as Infrastructure is an open source platform that is aiming to support various city stakeholders to collectively value and invest in urban nature in cities across Europe and the world that for way too long have understood trees from an aesthetic point of view. They've seen them as beautiful lampposts rather than understanding them from all the different values that they can provide, from cleaning the air to actually filtering water to supporting humans and non-humans to have better lives in cities.
There is many European cities that are committing to all these targets. You know, we will plant 3 million trees, we will plant 2 million trees, but essentially the problem is that they don't have the money or the capacity or the resources to do that right now. And so I think Trees as Infrastructure is working with cities to help them understand what is a new asset management system, a new way to price urban trees, and a new way to understand their impact in order to grow urban forests in cities.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hannah Rudman.
And I'm Professor Mark Reed. Together, we run the Thriving Natural Capital Challenge Centre at SRUC to enable ecosystem market creation. We show how Scotland's natural capital is essential in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our work focuses on advancing the fundamental interdisciplinary science of ecosystem services and informing decision makers on the restoration of natural capital and its sustainable use.
We build ecosystem markets through action research projects to meet net zero targets and reverse biodiversity decline. We do this while supporting thriving rural communities through regenerative agriculture and conservation, ensuring a just transition. Let us tell you about projects that you can give grants to for nature improvement outcomes.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code, a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable Credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total landmass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission. With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Facing today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Land Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open-cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities, as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions, and when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and re-vegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Land Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products, deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial, and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Let's keep spotting.
That's good.
Okay, yeah. There's a few people still coming in. Okay, good morning everyone. It is just still morning. Welcome to this session on peatland finance. I introduced myself during the last Q&A. I'm Gordon Watson, I'm Chief Executive of Loch Lomond and the Trossachs National Park, and obviously delighted that you're having this event here in our national park, and enjoying the view not just of the scenery but also of the extensive natural assets outside the window. The last discussion was really interesting, and hopefully this session gives an example of how we're trying to develop the pipeline of projects that people are talking about in the area of peatland. I'm going to be talking a little bit about how national parks are trying to scale up, both here and across the UK national park family. Renée Kerkvliet-Hermans from the IUCN is going to be talking a bit about the Peatland Code. And George Hepburn Scott of Forest Carbon is going to be sharing some really interesting case studies with us in the third session. And then hopefully, if we don't talk too long, there'll be time for a Q&A at the end. So, let's see if these, yep. So, firstly, as I said, I want to talk about the action being taken in Scotland on peatland and how we in Loch Lomond and Trossachs are partnering with others to try to scale up peatland restoration, and also to develop private finance opportunities to help this. So first, let me share with you the situation in Scotland. And so here 50 peatlands of 50 centimetres depth or more cover around 30% of Scotland's land surface, which amounts to 2.3 million hectares. It's estimated that Scotland's peatlands store about 1.7 billion tonnes of carbon, which is the equivalent of around 140 years of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions. So, and in addition to those carbon benefits, and as we said earlier, it's not all about carbon, there's a range of other co-benefits to the environment as well. The habitats and biodiversity, the role in water quality, the role in managing flood risk, and also the enjoyment of peatlands in terms of enjoying the outdoors. Historically, peatlands have been undervalued in land use decision making, and as a consequence have been significantly damaged by various land use activities. That's been the result of drainage for agriculture and forestry, extraction for horticulture, whisky, fuel burning, grazing management, and also even some renewable developments have unfortunately been sited on peatlands. And it's estimated that around 80%, which is 1.8 million hectares of Scotland's peatlands, are now degraded. And that's effectively a net emitter of greenhouse gases, as well as impacting on those other co-benefits that I mentioned. And that damage is ongoing. This is a combination of overgrazing by deer and livestock, moor burn for grouse moors, ongoing drainage, and the indirect effects of some forestry which has been planted on peatland. And currently the carbon emitted is thought to amount to about 20% of Scotland's emissions. Thankfully though, natural capital thinking has recalibrated the value we now attach to peatlands, such that the restoration of degraded peatlands is now seen as an essential nature-based solution to the twin crisis of the climate emergency and loss of biodiversity. Scotland has about 60% of the UK's peatlands and is thought to have around 13 to 15% of the global total. It's also got an important role in terms of the restoration and supporting skilled green jobs in communities across rural Scotland, and therefore supporting our just transition to net zero by 2045. The Scottish Government's therefore been significantly committing to increasing the rate of peatland restoration and improving the management of peatland as one of the transformative changes needed to meet Scotland's emissions targets as set out in the 2020 Scottish Climate Change Plan update. In 2020, the Scottish Government set out plans to invest more than 250 million to support the restoration of 250,000 hectares by 2030. And just this financial year, the spend has increased by 10% to 22 million as part of that commitment. This new multi-year commitment has been a real game changer for helping delivery organisations such as myself to really start to scale up our delivery and start to develop bigger multi-year projects with landowners to scale up our efforts. It's also helping other key players such as specialist contractors to have more certainty to invest in expanding their own capacity to do the work. However, both public and private investment in Scotland's natural capital will be essential to deliver our emissions reductions targets. The public funding commitment of 250 million over 10 years, in addition to delivering on the ground, increasingly needs to be used to leverage and attract increased private investment into peatland restoration and management. So with that focus on 250,000 hectares by 2030, that implies an annual restoration of about 20,000 hectares per year. With public funding, we're currently achieving about 5,000 to 6,000 hectares, and therefore we're off track, and that's been confirmed in the annual Climate Change Plan monitoring reports. It's estimated that the funding gap to achieve our targets is around 2 billion, and that's where private finance is so crucial to help secure our vital natural carbon stores. The other aspect is that we use hectares just now as the metric for our targets, but we will have to move away from area-based measures to emissions-based targets, and the methodologies for measuring this are obviously still being developed. So how does that translate into the regional context of a national park? Here in Loch Lomond and the Trossachs, peatlands cover roughly 37% of the park, which is 69 hectares. and hold an estimated 20 million tonnes of carbon and other greenhouse gases, and effectively may well be our single greatest natural asset in terms of tackling climate change. Our own Peatland Action Team estimate that at least 11,000 hectares and probably more are in poor condition, again, due to artificial drainage and various forms of damage. So this means that, again, here in the park, rather than trapping and capturing carbon, we're emitting carbon from that resource and therefore contributing to global warming. To date, we've restored about 650 hectares of peatland over the last 5 years, but we're now working to scale up our efforts and working towards a target of 2,000 hectares by 2023. But with increasing data on the extent of eroded peatland, we will be revising those targets upwards to scale up the restoration accordingly. So in order to help with filling the funding gap and attracting private finance into peatland restoration, we've been collaborating with the other national parks in the UK to build up a portfolio of investable nature projects. UK's 15 national parks cover 10% of Great Britain mainland and contain extensive natural capital assets in their boundaries, including 24% of the UK's peatlands. In order to facilitate a collaborative approach to attracting commercial partnerships and private finance to our project work, we've established national park partnerships as an entity, which I currently chair, to manage our partnerships with the private sector. In 2020, we came together to identify £240 million of nature restoration work that needed private funding by 2030. Net Zero with Nature is the strategy that seeks to place national parks at the heart of the UK's response to climate change and the biodiversity crisis. Through this partnership, we can offer a pipeline of projects that can offer the scale that many investors are looking for and that we need to achieve climate targets. Using the umbrella of Net Zero with Nature, our work to bring funding into national parks has resulted in a groundbreaking new partnership with Palladium, aiming to create a sustainable and equitable funding model for UK nature restoration at scale. Palladium is a global impact firm that works around the globe with corporations, governments, investors and communities on nature restoration, and which is collaborating with us at a UK level, providing pro bono advice to help create a sustainable funding model for nature restoration at scale. This collaboration started in late 2020 and has already initiated 4 nature restoration projects in national parks and has so far generated 1.5 million of pledged funding for this work. We've now launched this partnership with Palladium as Revere, and through this partnership we hope to create nature-based solutions to transform the way we fund and restore nature in the park, with the aim of leveraging that 240 million that I mentioned. So Revere designs and delivers scalable nature-based solutions projects that we hope not only restore degraded peatlands, but also grasslands, woodlands and wetlands, and develop the sale of monetisable ecosystem services. So that not only would include carbon credits, but hopefully biodiversity outcomes, natural flood risk management outcomes and water quality outcomes. And through the partnership, we were aiming to be equitable, testing financial models, making sure they're not only investable but fair, equitable and ethical. We have an ethics charter guiding us. We're obviously attempting to achieve scale across our 15 parks, and we're looking to deliver that blend between public funding with private finance. For companies supporting Net Zero with Nature, there are three levels of support, of which founding partner is the highest, founding supporter is the highest. That's a status given to those businesses that sign up as the first major supporters of Net Zero with Nature from their industry sector by giving a significant level of support for nature restoration work or a pilot project, together with a commitment to purchase carbon credits in the future. Our first founding partners are Santander and Estée Lauder companies, and we were delighted to announce in the last few weeks that Santander has committed to invest to restore 200 hectares of peatland in the Cairngorms National Park. So far we've developed 7 pilots, with 4 of these now publicly announced with funders, And these are located in the 4 different national parks that you can see on this slide. We're very much learning as we go, and we'll be happy to share our experiences as part of the broader effort to secure private finance on vital nature-based projects that help to mitigate climate change and achieve our national targets. My colleagues Naomi Conway from National Park Partnerships and Emma Davis from Palladium are here today. So if you want to chat to any of us after this, we're more than happy to share some of what we're doing, and obviously happy to take questions at the end of all of the presentations here today. Thank you very much. So I'll now introduce Dr. Renée Kerkvliet-Hermans from IUCN, who's going to talk about the Peatland Code.
Thank you. Sorry, I went too quick. Great, thank you very much for that, Gordon. So yeah, I'm Renée Kerkvliet-Hermans. I'm the Peatland Code Coordinator for the IUCN UK Peatland Programme. I'll be talking to you about the code, how it's working, and I very much would like to hear from you afterwards, or maybe over lunch or in a discussion about if there's anything we can do to leverage more private investment into peatland restoration. So just very briefly, intact peatlands obviously store massive amounts of carbon. Sometimes these are meters and meters deep, but lots of carbon in them. However, if we degrade our peatlands, we have a lot of emissions of greenhouse gases, mainly carbon. If you lower your water table and you get bare peat, you get a lot of emissions from that. In the UK, about 80% of all our peatlands are in a modified or degraded state. So we've got a massive issue. Our emissions from these degraded peatlands are actually higher than the sequestration of all our forests in the UK. So we've got, yeah, like I said, a massive issue to deal with. Luckily, we can actually do something about this. We can restore our peatlands. We can block our drains that we've put in previously by thinking it was a good idea to drain these peatlands and see if we can use them in a different way. We can revegetate them and do some other things as well to make them better. The good thing with peatlands is as soon as you raise your water table, you very, very quickly reduce your emissions. So the delivering mechanism for peatland restoration to getting private finance into it is the Peatland Code. So like Gordon just mentioned, in Scotland, there's an estimated funding gap of about £2 billion to restore all our peatlands. So that's not just the government's pledge, that's to restore all the peatlands. We need to urgently restore these because, like I said, they're massive emitters, and we need private investment into peatlands, into this to be able to actually do this at scale that we need it. So that's where the Peatland Code comes in. So this is a voluntary certification standard to attract private funding for peatland restoration, projects in exchange for climate benefits, and it gives assurances to buyers. So it's a project developed and managed by the IUCN UK Peatland Programme. It is UK-based, so it's a domestic standard. It's about emission reductions. It does not account for the carbon that's already stored in the peatlands because that we've got then go into issues with additionality in that case. And we've got a number of eligibility criteria and a number of legal and financial tests in place. I won't go into detail of that today, though. This is just very quickly of how the Peatland Code actually works. So a project needs to register on our UK land-based market registry in IHS market. So that's together with the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, we now have created this one place where all projects happen, where all our units are issued as well. Projects gets designed, obviously, and then an independent validator validates the projects, and if that's all good, then you get your PIUs issued, so your pending issued units. These are a promise that your emission reduction will happen. Hasn't happened yet, but you can, if you want to, sell these PIUs if you need to create revenue for your actual restoration. Then you do your restoration, and then at year 5, and then every 10 years, we have an independent verification happening. That's when the independent verifier goes on site and they check that everything is in order. And if that's the case, a chunk of your units then get verified into peatland carbon units. So either PIUs or PCUs, so the verified units can be sold either directly to end buyers or via a broker to end buyers. And buyers can only companies can only make official offset claims on the verified peatland carbon units. and then they retire them. This is just briefly to show you, so the code is actually built on the best science, so we've got emission factors behind all of this. It's on the science that's also used by the government in its greenhouse gas accounting, but we still need more scientific evidence, more scientific survey and monitoring to actually get to expand the code across all condition categories that we need. And that would also include looking at sphagnum sequestration benefits, for example. So this shows you that even partly restoring or partly improving your peatlands actually already gives you a permanent annual emission reduction. So where are we at? So the code was launched in 2015, at the end of 2015. We now have 45 projects registered, which is just over 6,500 hectares of peatland restoration. In the last 12 months, our amount of projects have more than doubled. So we are definitely scaling up. We are getting more and more interest of landowners to actually get involved. So currently we have 7 projects at the validated state, which is about 600 hectares of peatland and just over 150,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent emission reductions over the whole length of those projects. And there are another 28 projects that are undergoing validation right now, so that shows you that it is moving and we are very much there and doing this. There have been a few sales as well of PIUs, and George will be talking about that in a little bit. So what we obviously very much need is we need buyer confidence that what they're buying, the carbon credits that they're buying, are real, measurable and backed as well. So we are government backed, so if you look at some of the latest government documents like the government's net zero strategy, the peatland codes get mentioned and also their backing for it. The other thing is that in the UK government's environmental reporting guidelines, which is where 12,000 of the large companies in the UK are mandated to report on their emissions, it says that you can use peatland carbon units. So that's obviously very much needed because otherwise investors cannot do anything with them. And the other thing that's really important for buyer confidence is that you need a transparent registry. That's the UK Land Carbon Registry on ISS markets, where all steps of the code actually happen, and also our units issued together with Woodland Carbon Code units. Then, obviously, even though we're fully up and running, there are definitely still quite a lot of challenges that we do definitely need to overcome. One of the big ones is, like we've heard earlier, the money is there, the investors are ready, but we only have 44 projects. That's not enough. We very much need to upscale the supply side. We need to create more awareness amongst landowners. We need to create that pipeline of projects that we've heard all about earlier. One of the options there is that we do allow blending of private and public funding, so that helps with some of the risks for the landowners, that helps to get more confidence for landowners into that market, because it's not all on the carbon. And we are currently exploring with the government a carbon guarantee, so which would then set a floor price for carbon units, something similar but not the same as the woodland carbon guarantee in England, for example, where you then know at least this is the bare minimum I would get for my carbon units when they're verified. We've also heard quite a lot of investors are not really interested until you can get the millions in. So by nature, peatland restoration projects are quite small scale, so you only get a small number of units. So to be able to do that, we need to aggregate our projects at least on landscape level, get peatlands with woodlands, with biodiversity net gain, with any other markers that will come into this. A big one that I don't have time to explain and go into detail at the moment, but happy to discuss afterwards, is obviously the current COP26 negotiations around Article 6 and of course the need for or around corresponding adjustments. But if that would come into play for domestic voluntary carbon markets, we might run into big trouble for our domestic market, basically. All of this is still not enough for the challenge, so we very much obviously need more peatland code projects, but we also need to think beyond carbon. It's been mentioned before already, getting other nature capital markets like biodiversity, like water quality, which all for peatlands, if you restore your peatlands, all of that actually is at the moment bundled in, but we need to see if we can market that better. And there might be other options as well there. Very much like to hear about that. So thanks very much. So these are my contact details. And I will now be introducing George Hepburn-Scott from Forest Carbon. George is the Business Development Director of Forest Carbon, and he is a qualified chartered surveyor and has been working with Forest Carbon since 2016. His role spans both the development of peatland code and woodland carbon code projects across the UK, but also regularly engages with businesses seeking to invest in nature-based solutions. George, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Renée, thank you very much for that introduction. Forest Carbon, actually, Renée, could you click on to the next slide? Thank you. Actually, if you go back one, just to the opening slide, thank you. That's it. Excellent. Thank you very much. By way of introduction, we were founded in 2006. And since then, we have developed over 225 woodland creation projects across the UK, along with 3 peatland restoration projects. And I've marked up here 2 of those peatland projects that I will briefly touch on today. Projects in the UK are validated and verified under the UK Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code. These were launched in 2011 and 2015, respectively. We are also currently helping validate a further 45 projects under both codes for project hosts who are wishing to hold and retain the credits from their projects to either sell in the future or to retain these for their own reporting purposes. Co-funding for projects has been raised by selling carbon credits to directly over 500 UK businesses, as well as to tens of thousands of SMEs via partners of ours. We've also worked on behalf of Microsoft in Ireland to develop a programme of native woodland projects in 2017 and 2018. We are working on further pilot projects in Ireland with the aim of trying to establish a woodland carbon standard there. Our primary objective is to drive private sector investment into natural climate solutions, both in the UK but also overseas. We're also working with others to innovate and develop new carbon markets, including for soil carbon and blue carbon. Next slide, please. The first project I was keen to touch on is located in the Scottish Borders. The project site is owned by a charity, Borders Forest Trust, who have acquired over 3,100 hectares at Taller and Gameshope, Carafran and Corehead over the course of 2000 to 2013. And these 3 areas are marked in blue on the map. And I would recommend a visit by any of the attendees today to go and have a look. It's an amazing place. The overriding objective has been to restore these extensive areas of hill ground and associated upland valleys to their natural state. This has been done through a combination of native woodland and montane scrub planting, natural regen, and more recently, peatland restoration. The peatland restoration project has been delivered over the course of 2020 and 2021, falls across both Taller and Gameshope and Carafran, and is focused on 4 main areas that I've marked in green markers. Next slide, please. Borders Forest Trust, working with Tweed Forum, identified 4 principal areas of blanket bog requiring restoration. This totaled an area of 104 hectares. These 2 images give some indication of the pre-restoration condition of one of these sites. An overhanging hag, you can see in these 2 slides, if left unrestored, will eventually collapse, with large chunks of peat then being washed away. The aim is to reprofile these hag edges to under a 35-degree angle and to stretch the vegetation over the reprofiled surface. Adopting the Peatland Code metrics, it has been estimated the project will deliver just under 18,500 tonnes of CO2 equivalent emission reductions over 100 years. The project secured its pre-restoration validation by OF&G, the appointed certification body, and this was under the Peatland Code in 2020. A combination of carbon funding and Peatland Action grant funding contributed to upfront capital costs. Carbon funding also contributed towards longer-term management and maintenance costs. This map here gives an indication of the overview of one of those projects. The blue lines, if you can make those out, represent the hags running across the wider site. Over the full 104 hectares restored, I think there were 11 kilometres of hags that were reprofiled. The pink areas on this map represent the drained areas surrounding those hags. Next slide, please. In this image, hopefully you can vaguely make out one of the diggers in action in the middle of the site here. This was up on the Gamesoap Loch compartment of the project, and it is amazing to see firsthand the work being delivered by these highly skilled operators, often in pretty inhospitable locations and in challenging weather conditions. This photograph was taken on one of the better days. Next slide, please. Another shot of the digger in action. The operators here had a pretty lengthy and challenging drive to get their diggers onto the site, and they had to come over the back of that hill that you can see in the back of the image here. Next slide. The delivery of this project required collaboration across a wide number of organisations, both public and private. Effective collaboration is going to be vital to speed up and scale up restoration delivery, both here in Scotland, but across the UK. On to the next slide, please. I was keen to provide a brief example of one of the buyers of the credits that were generated following validation under the code. We are witnessing a growing number of UK businesses and organisations looking to acquire those pending issuance units that Renée talked about earlier, to then hold these to report formally as verified peatland carbon units or woodland carbon units in the future against residual emissions. However, we do still have a major pool of buyers looking to make softer CSR-driven references in relation to their co-investment in a particular project or group of projects. They are not seeking to, nor could they today, make statements in relation to carbon neutrality or having offset emissions. St Pancras International Station is one such organisation through which many COP delegates will have travelled via to get to the events over the last week. They have developed an initiative with retailers within the station to make a contribution towards the funding of the restoration. They were also keen to raise the profile of restoration through both social media channels and also exhibits within the station. Next slide, please. The second project I wanted to touch on is located just within Snowdonia National Park at Bulkeye Groes. The site itself is owned by a family who actively farm in the local area. The project site has not been artificially drained. However, historical grazing and natural drainage has resulted in the formation of several large eroding hag and gully complexes with large patches of bare peat. The owners worked with Snowdonia National Park to deliver this project in 2020, and funding from Welsh Government Sustainable Management Scheme covered the upfront capital costs. Carbon funding is helping to fund longer-term management and maintenance costs. And the owners again were keen that this would act as a project to help educate and promote to other land managers in Wales the benefits of peatland restoration. Next slide, please. This shot gives you good insight into the restoration techniques being utilised, and it'll be fascinating to monitor the progress of this site over the next 35 years and beyond, including the wider co-benefits that we hope it will deliver. Next slide, please. Actually, if we can move on a couple of slides. Yeah, move on to the next one. That's great. If we can just wait on that one, thank you. The buyer of the credits from this particular project was Dea Brewing Company. They approached us seeking to make an investment into a UK-based peat restoration project. This followed extensive work that they'd carried out with Tyndall Sustainability to calculate their scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. They then put in place a strategy to decarbonise their business and wider supply chain. But they realised there were going to be areas of their business that were going to be harder to decarbonise in the short to medium term, and that led to their desire to invest in a nature-based project, and they made that investment into this particular project in Snowdonia. Next slide, please. Again, this project came through the collaboration with a wide range of parties and different funding sources. And again, this is going to be critical to the scaling up of projects in the future. Next slide. I wanted to finish up by focusing on how we can effectively scale up and speed up delivery of Restoration Scotland, but also across the UK. We have worked hard with some entrepreneurial land managers to try and prove the concept. It has certainly not been perfect, nor has it been a highly streamlined or efficient process, but it has helped us gain a vital understanding of where improvements need to be made, where the bottlenecks and challenges exist. It also has helped us get both the Peatland Code and Woodland Carbon Code off the ground and gather some traction. This is a problem across many industries at the moment, but it is vital that we educate, train and recruit more people to perform the many vital functions that we need to get projects delivered. This includes, but is not limited to, peatland surveyors, contractors and certification staff. And we need to start that education in schools. We definitely see a need for greater utilisation of remote sensing to aid project development, but also ongoing monitoring of projects. And I'm aware of a number of public and private organisations looking very closely at this space at the moment. There is more clarity where it can be given, needed regarding the risks of project failure and how to ensure success. And we need to also start collating and sharing data across the UK in relation to ongoing costs of management and maintenance. Clarity is required on future agricultural support, as many are sitting and waiting to see what emerges before they commit to getting underway with projects. And added to this, we need more clarity on the net zero requirements that will inevitably fall on the farming and food production sectors. A greater array of private funding options are needed to address differing requirements of project hosts, whether they are tenants, crofters, graziers or landowners. And this will include the need for both short-term capital as well as long-term income streams. The development of a Scottish carbon fund and price floor mechanism may well be a core solution moving forwards. And finally, more clarity is needed on how carbon funding will align and interact with revenues from other ecosystem services in the short to medium term, i.e. for biodiversity, water quality enhancement, phosphate mitigation, to name a few. We very much recognise the importance of looking beyond just carbon. Understandably, some project hosts may have concern about going too early by delivering a project today and missing out on other income streams that might emerge over the coming years. So it's critical that we try and address some of these concerns. I will finish up there. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you to George and Gordon for these great talks. Unfortunately, we only have time for one or two questions because we ran slightly over time there. Sorry about that. If somebody has...
on peatland, providing that multi-layered habitat you'll see in Finland, in Sweden, and completely untampered with peat bogs of often these fantastic three-dimensional habitats. Now, I've seen a lot of questions about obviously not afforesting peatland, and you can see that's a complete disaster, covering it in spruce. I've seen that in the flow country. What we're talking about is allowing woodland to form as it sees fit on restored peatland habitats. Now, having looked at the Peatland Code, I can't quite see whether that is something that is either going to be rewarded, punished, or simply not something that quite fits the current model. And I just wondered if I could seek some clarity on that, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a really good question. I think scientifically, the consensus is that most of our peatlands in Scotland were treeless. I fully agree that there are some that were tree, like that would have some forest on it, but currently in the Peatlands Code, because it's really difficult to then distinguish and see which ones would be coming from a tree plantation or which ones would have been there because it is fully functioning. We don't acknowledge that, we don't have that in the code at the moment. We don't have any emission factors for that either, because that's obviously the really important thing that underlines the code, is that we have emission factors, science-based emission factors for what you're doing to the peatland for the restoration, to be able to quantify that. Yeah, so at the moment it is not included in the code. That's small.
Sorry. Yes, it's a good question, much my colleague said, and it effectively means you have to take out any trees that do appear naturally in the bog. I mean, presumably the bog restoration would in itself, I mean, the one thing about letting nature take care of it is to allow that to happen. To then go back and say, actually, no, prescription says you can't allow that to happen, is going against everything we want to do with biodiversity here. And so it's really critical that we don't have that kind of restrictions, the sort of stuff that will stop us being allowed to have nature back in a way that allows nature to take its course.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't meant to be there, it may well be taken up.
Yeah, no, I fully see your point.
I'm talking about native rather than
yes,
non-native.
No, indeed. Yeah, I fully see your point. I'll take it on board fully. The difficulty is when you do re-wet your bog, if you get trees on there, they are going to drain that again. So you kind of need a fully functioning peatland before you allow trees to go back in, if that makes sense. So getting the trees in when they're still restoring makes that restoration to that fully natural functioning ecosystem that you're talking about quite difficult. I don't know if you have any other views on that.
Well, I was just going to say, it touches into this whole question about how the resource is managed once it's been restored, and there's a whole load of questions about deer management and all the other things that could be a threat to the resource that you've restored and you want to keep that way. So, and you know, that's just one of them, and I think that's another question that we, you know, all the debate about future support mechanisms, whether it's private finance or public, that's what we need to be focused on.
Do we have time for a very quick question online? Is that a short one? Yes.
We have a few questions online. If you like, I can read them out.
Thanks, Mark. That'd be great.
So asking, what's the progress on including forest to bog conversion in the code? What do you do on tenanted land? Who has control of the carbon? And what about the fact that the Science-Based Targets Initiative only allows carbon removals, not emissions avoidance?
Okay, I'll be very, very quick to answer all of them. Forest to bog restoration, we don't, at the moment our scientists are looking at our emission factors, updating them to the latest science and seeing where we include other condition categories under the code. Forest to bog potentially, but probably we don't have the science there yet. So I think it is a couple of years down the line. Tenants, carbon credits are legally for the landowner. And it is up to the landowner and the tenant to agree how that is then distributed. Net zero and SBTI net zero guidance. Yes, it is. We are avoided emissions. SBTI says you need to take something out of the atmosphere to be able to claim your net zero. I would say if we do nothing to our peatlands, they keep on emitting. It needs an intervention. It needs private investment to get to restore the peatlands, which is, in my opinion, different than some of these avoided emission offsets, like solar panels, for example. And obviously, the government fully backs that, and they do allow to use peatland carbon units as offsets in environmental reporting guidelines. Very brief answers. Sorry.
Well done. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks very much to all our speakers and the panel. Sorry, George, we didn't get to you. Did you want to add something very quickly to that?
I was just going to briefly add, in relation to the tenanted sector, I think it's going to be vital that very close attention is paid to this moving forwards. It is not clear cut, but I'm aware that the Scottish Land Commission are looking very closely at this particular area at the moment, and we welcome that. And it's going to be vital to scaling up the delivery of restoration, not only here in Scotland, but across the UK.
Thanks very much, everyone. One last general point. Nature Metrics is going to do some syringe water sampling outside at the Loch to take a sample that you then can analyse for DNA to get your biodiversity, a measure for biodiversity. So if anybody wants to see how that happens, please go.
I hope it's good.
And someone wants to add something to that, yes.
Don't tell me if it's not.
So if anyone wants to join a quick walk, there'll just be
Phew.
Great.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very much. Oh, only overran by 4 minutes.
Well, we started late.
I know, yes, we did. Yeah. It's always fun, isn't it? It's like, that's the thing with restoration. Restoration to what? And we need to go by the science that we have. But yeah, no, that's good. Thanks very much.
Maybe having a meeting early.
Quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision-grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total land mass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission. With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Facing today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Land Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open-cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities. as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions, and when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and are drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and revegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Land Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment, and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities, and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products, deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial, and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Highlands Rewilding Limited is a new mass ownership company that has emerged from the Bunloit Rewilding project with the purpose of nature recovery and community prosperity through the scaling of rewilding in the Highlands of Scotland. Rewilding to us is a holistic approach, restoring whole ecosystems, providing many interlinked benefits for climate, biodiversity and people. Jeremy Leggett is the founder and director of Bunloit Rewilding Limited and Highlands Rewilding Limited. He is a social entrepreneur and climate campaigner and former director of international solar company Solar Century. The Bunloit Rewilding project began on Bunloit Estate on the banks of Loch Ness. For the past year, the Bunloit team have been researching and consulting to develop an economically viable land management model that boosts carbon sequestration and biodiversity while creating rural employment opportunities and making an ethical profit. Collaborating with various experts in the field, we've been measuring our carbon and biodiversity baselines at Bunloit Estate using a combination of traditional and cutting-edge survey methods to achieve the most granular dataset possible. By openly sharing our work with others, we hope to further natural capital verification science. Highlands Rewilding Limited will scale the work that has been underway for the past 18 months at Bunloit by replicating locally appropriate versions of the Bunloit model on other suitable tracts of land across the Highlands. The first project for Highlands Rewilding is the ownership of a nature-based solutions business on Beldorney Estate in Aberdeenshire. Here we will focus on the following land management themes: afforestation of native species, sustainable forestry, regenerative agriculture, ecotourism, eco-building and natural capital credits. The work here and on further land in future will be carried out by the Bunloit Rewilding operating team via a framework agreement. Jeremy Leggett is a startup specialist and has a good track record of finding world-class growth phase leaders and boards for his creations. The Bunloit and Beldorney estates were initially bought with £9.3 million raised, of which £5.5 million came from 3 bonds, £500,000 from a loan and £3.3 million from Jeremy Leggett's post-tax proceeds from the sale of Solar Century. The target for the start phase of Highlands Rewilding is £6 million of equity from founding funders, and the tally so far is at £3.3 million and counting from 25 high net worth individuals, family offices and impact investors. As we are very aware of the issues of land ownership inequality in Scotland, we also hope to do a circa £2 million retail crowdfunding campaign to widen the shareholder base and let in as many local community Scots as possible at some stage as citizen rewilders. If you're interested in joining the Highlands Rewilding team on this journey, head to the website to find out more. Please do sign up to our mailing list there if you would like to register your interest as a citizen rewilder. If you're interested in learning more about becoming a founding funder, contact Jeremy Leggett directly. Thank you.
Trees Infrastructure is an open source platform that is aiming to support various city stakeholders to collectively value and invest in urban nature in cities across Europe and the world that for way too long have understood trees from an aesthetic point of view. They've seen them as beautiful lampposts rather than understanding them from all the different values that they can provide, from cleaning the air to actually filtering water to supporting humans and non-humans to have better lives in cities.
There is many European cities that are committing to all these targets. You know, we will plant 3 million trees, we will plant 2 million trees, but essentially the problem is that they don't have the money or the capacity or the resources to do that right now. And so I think Trees as Infrastructure is working with cities to help them understand what is a new asset management system, a new way to price urban trees, and a new way to understand their impact in order to grow urban forests in cities.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hannah Rudman.
And I'm Professor Mark Reed. Together, we run the Thriving Natural Capital Challenge Centre at SRUC to enable ecosystem market creation. We show how Scotland's natural capital is essential in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our work focuses on advancing the fundamental interdisciplinary science of ecosystem services, and informing decision makers on the restoration of natural capital and its sustainable use.
We build ecosystem markets through action research projects to meet net zero targets and reverse biodiversity decline. We do this while supporting thriving rural communities through regenerative agriculture and conservation, ensuring a just transition. Let us tell you about projects that you can give grants to for nature improvement outcomes.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code, a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable Credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total landmass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission. With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Facing today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Land Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities, as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions, and when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and are drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and revegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Land Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products, deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Highlands Rewilding Limited is a new mass ownership company that has emerged from the Bunloit Rewilding project with the purpose of nature recovery and community prosperity through the scaling of rewilding in the Highlands of Scotland. Rewilding to us is a holistic approach, restoring whole ecosystems, providing many interlinked benefits for climate, biodiversity and people. Jeremy Leggett is the founder and director of Bunloit Rewilding Limited and Highlands Rewilding Limited. He is a social entrepreneur and climate campaigner and former director of international solar company Solar Century. The Bunloit Rewilding project began on Bunloit Estate on the banks of Loch Ness. For the past year, the Bunloit team have been researching and consulting to develop an economically viable land management model that boosts carbon sequestration and biodiversity while creating rural employment opportunities and making an ethical profit. Collaborating with various experts in the field, we've been measuring our carbon and biodiversity baselines at Bunloit Estate using a combination of traditional and cutting-edge survey methods to achieve the most granular data set possible. By openly sharing our work with others, we hope to further natural capital verification science. Highlands Rewilding Limited will scale the work that has been underway for the past 18 months at Bunloit by replicating locally appropriate versions of the Bunloit model on other suitable tracts of land across the Highlands. The first project for Highlands Rewilding is the ownership of a nature-based solutions business on Beldorney Estate in Aberdeenshire. Here we will focus on the following land management themes: afforestation of native species, sustainable forestry, regenerative agriculture, ecotourism, eco-building and natural capital credits. The work here and on further land in future will be carried out by the Bunloit Rewilding operating team via a framework agreement. Jeremy Leggett is a startup specialist and has a good track record of finding world-class growth phase leaders and boards for his creations. The Bunloit and Beldorney estates were initially bought with £9.3 million raised, of which £5.5 million came from 3 bonds, £500,000 from a loan, and £3.3 million from Jeremy Leggett's post-tax proceeds from the sale of Solar Century. The target for the start phase of Highlands Rewilding is £6 million of equity from founding funders, and the tally so far is at £3.3 million and counting from 25 high net worth individuals, family offices and impact investors. As we are very aware of the issues of land ownership inequality in Scotland, we also hope to do a circa £2 million retail crowdfunding campaign to widen the shareholder base and let in as many local community Scots as possible at some stage as citizen rewilders. If you're interested in joining the Highlands Rewilding team on this journey, head to the website to find out more. Please do sign up to our mailing list there if you would like to register your interest as a citizen rewilder. If you're interested in learning more about becoming a founding funder, contact Jeremy Leggett directly. Thank you.
Trees as Infrastructure is an open source platform that is aiming to support various city stakeholders to collectively value and invest in urban nature in cities across Europe and the world that for way too long have understood trees from an aesthetic point of view. They've seen them as beautiful lampposts rather than understanding them from all the different values that they can provide, from cleaning the air to actually filtering water to supporting humans and non-humans to have better lives in cities. There is many European cities that are committing to all these targets. You know, we will plant 3 million trees, we will plant 2 million trees, but essentially the problem is that they don't have the money or the capacity or the resources to do that right now. And so I think Trees as Infrastructure is working with cities to help them understand what is a new asset management system, a new way to price urban trees, and a new way to understand their impact in order to grow urban forests in cities.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hannah Rudman.
And I'm Professor Mark Reed. Together, we run the Thriving Natural Capital Challenge Centre at SRUC to enable ecosystem market creation. We show how Scotland's natural capital is essential in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our work focuses on advancing the fundamental interdisciplinary science of ecosystem services and informing decision makers on the restoration of natural capital and its sustainable use.
We build ecosystem markets through action research projects to meet net zero targets and reverse biodiversity decline. We do this while supporting thriving rural communities through regenerative agriculture and conservation, ensuring a just transition. Let us tell you about projects that you can give grants to for nature improvement outcomes.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code, a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable Credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total landmass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission. With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Facing today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Land Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open-cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities, as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions. And when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and are drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and revegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Land Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products, deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial, and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Highlands Rewilding Limited is a new mass ownership company that has emerged from the Bunloit Rewilding project with the purpose of nature recovery and community prosperity through the scaling of rewilding in the Highlands of Scotland. Rewilding to us is a holistic approach, restoring whole ecosystems, providing many interlinked benefits for climate, biodiversity and people. Jeremy Leggett is the founder and director of Bunloit Rewilding Limited and Highlands Rewilding Limited. He is a social entrepreneur and climate campaigner and former director of international solar company Solar Century. The Bunloit Rewilding project began on Bunloit Estate on the banks of Loch Ness. For the past year, the Bunloit team have been researching and consulting to develop an economically viable land management model that boosts carbon sequestration and biodiversity while creating rural employment opportunities and making an ethical profit. Collaborating with various experts in the field, we've been measuring our carbon and biodiversity baselines at Bunloit Estate using a combination of traditional and cutting-edge survey methods to achieve the most granular data set possible. By openly sharing our work with others, we hope to further natural capital verification science. Highlands Rewilding Limited will scale the work that has been underway for the past 18 months at Bunloit by replicating locally appropriate versions of the Bunloit model on other suitable tracts of land across the Highlands. The first project for Highlands Rewilding is the ownership of a nature-based solutions business on Beldorney Estate in Aberdeenshire. Here we will focus on the following land management themes: afforestation of native species, sustainable forestry, regenerative agriculture, ecotourism, eco-building and natural capital credits. The work here and on further land in future will be carried out by the Bunloit Rewilding operating team via a framework agreement. Jeremy Leggett is a startup specialist and has a good track record of finding world-class growth phase leaders and boards for his creations. The Bunloit and Beldorney estates were initially bought with £9.3 million raised, of which £5.5 million came from 3 bonds, £500,000 from a loan, and £3.3 million from Jeremy Leggett's post-tax proceeds from the sale of Solar Century. The target for the start phase of Highlands Rewilding is £6 million of equity from founding funders, and the tally so far is at £3.3 million and counting from 25 high net worth individuals, family offices and impact investors. As we are very aware of the issues of land ownership inequality in Scotland, we also hope to do a circa £2 million retail crowdfunding campaign to widen the shareholder base and let in as many local community Scots as possible at some stage as citizen rewilders. If you're interested in joining the Highlands Rewilding team on this journey, head to the website to find out more. Please do sign up to our mailing list there if you would like to register your interest as a citizen rewilder. If you're interested in learning more about becoming a founding funder, contact Jeremy Leggett directly. Thank you.
Trees as Infrastructure is an open source platform that is aiming to support various city stakeholders to collectively value and invest in urban nature in cities across Europe and the world that for way too long have understood trees from an aesthetic point of view. They've seen them as beautiful lampposts rather than understanding them from all the different values that they can provide, from cleaning the air to actually filtering water to supporting humans and non-humans to have better lives in cities. There is many European cities that are committing to all these targets. You know, we will plant 3 million trees, we will plant 2 million trees, but essentially the problem is that they don't have the money or the capacity or the resources to do that right now. And so I think Trees as Infrastructure is working with cities to help them understand what is a new asset management system, a new way to price urban trees, and a new way to understand their impact in order to grow urban forests in cities.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hannah Rudman.
And I'm Professor Mark Reed. Together, we run the Thriving Natural Capital Challenge Centre at SRUC to enable ecosystem market creation. We show how Scotland's natural capital is essential in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our work focuses on advancing the fundamental interdisciplinary science of ecosystem services and informing decision makers on the restoration of natural capital and its sustainable use.
We build ecosystem markets through action research projects to meet net zero targets and reverse biodiversity decline. We do this while supporting thriving rural communities through regenerative agriculture and conservation, ensuring a just transition. Let us tell you about projects that you can give grants to for nature improvement outcomes.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code, a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable Credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give them decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland.
I know. Sophia, is that it? Okay. Right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you're all feeling really rather full after the fantastic lunch. This session, we're going to hear about a couple of new business and investment models for Rewilding Scotland, and I'm really pleased to be joined by Dr. Jeremy Leggett of Highlands Rewilding and Julian Matthews of Real Wild Estates Company. So, elevator pitches, please. Jeremy, tell me about Highlands Rewilding.
Well, by way of background, I'm a climate and society campaigner. I've been campaigning on climate for 30 years. I'm dead worried about it. But also the social aspects of this. I don't think we'll ever beat the climate and biodiversity crisis without the full fighting engagement of local communities, anywhere in the world. So as a founding member of the Green New Deal group way back in too far ago, I'm very interested in the social aspects of the rural Green New Deal and how that can be brought to play. So a couple of years, 1 year ago, I was lucky enough to sell a solar energy company, which I set up because of climate campaigning. That gave me a few £1 million, and I was able to cajole a few of my mates to join in with putting some more equity, some additional equity into something we call Bunloit Rewilding Limited, and that for 18 months, as you know, has been doing natural capital verification science, because I do, everything we heard this morning is really important, and if we can speed up the verifiability, investability of all this, then we will help everybody. So we're trying to do that in the Bunloit estate. We've been doing it for 18 months. We launch a report later this week, and next week. And then Highlands Rewilding is an effort to scale that process. So we will try. We want to see rewilding scale, and we bought a second estate, and we will try and scale that, not being silly about it, but just to be able to make a growing contribution. So that's the elevator pitch. Sorry, probably
I think we're probably at floor -3.
Yes. Yes.
But thank you very much for that. Julian, tell us about Real Wild Estates Company.
So it was born out of what I call naturenomics, and I've spent my life in working in conservation and wildlife around the world. And what I've discovered is actually some of the best conservation that I've seen happen around the world has been happening with both community conservancies, but also through private funding. And we have a big crisis going on here. So let's put together a service provider, really, for people who want to help nature recover. And if we can make that a viable, investable business model, then we will save our nature. If we don't, we're going to be in big trouble. We know we need private sector funding. How can we get the levers of industry, of private finance, to make it worth their while to get out of bed and invest in nature restoration? And that's a very exciting proposition. That's really what we are attempting to do.
Brilliant. You got off at floor 4.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations.
Could tell you a hell of a lot more than that, but anyway.
Both of you are taking measurement approaches, so very much responding to that discussion that we were having this morning around the idea of gathering decision-grade data. Why is that important for you, Julian?
It's critically important for us. There's no way anyone's going to invest or put their money into landscape restoration unless they have metrics. And metrics are a big problem. So we've got 4 specific metrics. There's an ecological metric, which we're going to call bioabundance, and that means a holistic approach to what's in that, what's named, as opposed to counting ospreys or whatever it is. We're going to very much focus on everything that's in that landscape and the increase in everything that's in that metric, and that's something we're just working with. But also 3 others. One is job creation and community support. We'll have a metric for that. We'll also have one very much for the monetary valuation as well. So those are key metrics for us in anything that we do.
And Jeremy, why are you doing so much measuring at the Bunloit lab?
In the early years of the solar solutions revolution, which of course I lived through with Solar Century, in some ways it was analogous to where we are now with the nature-based solutions revolution that we need. And in those early years, the story was the same, and the financial institutions would say we can't get out of bed for less than £50 million, and anyway you can't, we need proof of concept, and poor things were singing the same song they're now singing about nature-based solutions. And so what got us through that was doing the proof of concept, and that was quite easy to do with solar energy. You just had to deploy it and say, come and have a look at this, it's working under cloudy skies. Yeah. But here it's the same thing, is going to apply, I think. I wish it didn't have to apply. I wish governments would just tell them, we're on a war footing. The peat people need £2 billion. You are going to give it to them. That's what I think we need with the gravity of this crisis. But given that doesn't seem to be happening, then we can accelerate that with really good granular science. And after 18 months at Bunloit, of course I would say this, wouldn't I? But I commend our report to you. It's fascinating, and I'm really bullish about being able to, people like us being able to make a contribution.
We've talked this morning about the importance of involving people and communities. Jeremy, we saw the Highlands Rewilding video this morning, so that's an interesting mechanism for engagement. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, that's a thrilling aspect of that second estate in Beldorney will be owned by people, by mass ownership. So that's how we're going to start the whole process, and I hope that will be retail investors as well. In other words, people that aren't that affluent who want to co-own rewilding land in the place they live. So there's that aspect that's exciting, and we're pushing that very hard, but also local involvement. When we announced that we would be having this COP26 so-called Forest of Hope, that was their idea, the Innovation Zone's idea, and we readily jumped on that. The local community association sort of socialised that in their group, and 3 farmers, neighbouring farmers, said, can we join in? Can our farmland be? And then the Cabrac Trust, which is a local community organisation, charity, said, can we run with this ball? We'll bring everyone to the party all the way up the Upper Deveron Valley. So, straight away, within just a few months, there's the possibility of really meaningful local community activity and engagement and involvement in change.
Yeah. And Julian, you said that jobs were a KPI.
Totally.
So tell us more about that.
So, very much when rewilding gets a bad rap, as many will hear and hear, for assuming that it's about throwing people off land. It's absolutely not about that. It's actually about bringing back, about opening up, about giving access, about allowing communities back into that in a big way. And so very much the business model that we have is about allowing that to happen, making sure that investors understand that when we work with them. And they very much want that too. That's what government's driving. It's what we're all doing to actually give public access to allow people to enjoy the nature for all the different reasons that we know nature is important for us. So we can actually do the restoration, and thousands of people can enjoy the benefits of that. And that's a critical part. And if we can do that, we can also generate the jobs and the community consensus and cohesion to make that happen. So it's a critical part of our structure.
And can Can you talk to me a bit about what co-creation methods or co-development methods you might
so for instance, there'll be
apply?
lots of enterprises that come off the back of large landscape restoration, and they may well be businesses that we can help other people to develop. So they won't necessarily be developed by us, and they may be from the sort of ecotourism side, or they may be from the service sector, the hospitality side of that. They may be from the guiding side of that. So there's a whole range of businesses that we might encourage it. Don't forget, we're just managing it for them, so we're not actually the owners of those. But those can all be, community run, community owned, individually owned from within the community. We'll encourage that as part of the process.
Thank you. And Jeremy, how is co-creation a part of what you're going to be doing?
Well, it's an evolving story. We're still very young, and one of the ideas that's exciting me a lot at the moment has come from the Scottish Land Commission, and Hamish, who's here somewhere, the suggestion is that we form joint ventures with community organisations, and since he suggested that, my brain has been buzzing. There's so much scope for that, in regenerative agriculture, in energy, renewable energy, and all that sort of thing. We can do that, but it's also possible to take it one step further, because if you own a tract of land, if you're fortunate enough to co-own it with other investors, and you mission-driven, and everyone believes in that mission, why wouldn't you sell it on to local communities, so you could then create sort of mini versions of that wonderful story that's unfolding down at Langham, where the communities actually own this stuff, and if they're going to do what you would have done anyway, happy days.
And I need to ask you both what you think about the green-led debate that is in the media at the moment and is kind of a topic on social media over COP26. Do you fall into that category, Julian?
I don't believe so. I mean, I'm not here to debate the politics associated with that. That is something that's well beyond me. I'm just the demand from landowners to actually get into nature restoration and make a change and make the change they need to do is immense and strong. And so what we've been excited about is how many people are coming to us to say, look, we know our business model is not working. I buggered up the land. I was at a state very recently that said, quite honestly, this doesn't work. What other options can I have? So we know that's happening, and how we can change that is really exciting. So I don't see it as green-led at all. We are merely providing a service to them to actually make nature restore itself. So whether communities take it over, brilliant. There's not one way to make this happen. Let me tell you, there's 1,000 ways to make this happen. Some communities will be very excited about it, some might not, some might much. Well, I have some private investor will come in and work incredibly well and put lots of money into it and do. I've got one right next to me in my own house in Somerset, where he's put millions and millions and has created 300 jobs from somewhere where there was just one job before. So that sort of thing can happen, and it's incredibly advantageous. So I don't get that argument, but I think we can really make jobs, many more jobs, by restoring our land than we can by what's presently happening, quite honestly.
Jeremy, do you get that badge?
Yeah, someone said to me the other day, "You're green-led light," and I thought, well, okay, I'll settle for that. but when people get to know me, hopefully they would step back from even that, because ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm serious about the things that are motivating me, and I'm on record as saying that whatever I own, whatever assets I own, on the moment of my death, hopefully not anytime soon, will go to a trust, and it will be run for local communities going forward. It will be dominated by Highlanders, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going, much as I love my grandsons, they're not going to inherit this land.
Well, I hope you've stepped up your life insurance since you said that.
hadn't thought of that.
Julian, Jeremy, thank you so much for coming today and for the contribution to this session. Thank you. What do I need to... Shall I stay? No, I'll... You come here, Derek, and just... Unless you want to be...
Thanks very much for that. Just to say that Gail Hurley, who has been chairing from the Global Ethical Finance Initiative of the event, she can't be here for the afternoon. So I'm delighted to, on her behalf, as you know, I was in the earlier session with Chair Scottish Wildlife Trust, delighted to introduce Derek, who is going to take us through the next session, which is a workshop session, similar to the one that was held on Riverwoods and blended finance yesterday. But this one is on specifically going to focus on vacant and derelict land, and Derek will be able to introduce the proceedings accordingly.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thanks, Ross. Really nice to be able to come out and see real people. It's fabulous to have an excuse to wear a full suit, not just the top, not this top half of it. Although I did discover it doesn't fit me quite as well as it used to. I've lost some weight, so that's not too bad. This is a chance to talk about one of the pillars of the £1 million challenge that was discussed. Sorry, £1 billion challenge that was discussed by others this morning. Looking at vacant and derelict land, it's a piece of work that's still, despite the work you put on, in very early stages, and a real opportunity to try and use your professional and geographical knowledge to fire some ideas in that will help us to move to the next stage. So on that basis, there are not many worked up ideas here. There's an awful lot of context and such like. So we want to talk about vacant and derelict land. In Scotland, that has a very specific set of definitions. So the Vacant and Derelict Land Survey, which is an annual reporting process back to government by local authorities, says that vacant land is land that's previously been developed and is designated without physical constraint as being suitable for redevelopment. So that's the easy stuff, although some of it has been around for a very long time. For a site to be derelict, its previous use is preventing it from being redeveloped in some way. That may be about contamination, it may be about presence of structures on site, but it is hampered from redeveloping and hampered from naturalising by its past. So this is very much about our post-industrial heritage. Scotland, the 2020 survey shows that we have just short of 3,500 vacant and derelict sites. So that's about 11,500 hectares. That's the same as 267D. Or as I worked this out the other day, about 2/3 of the area of the city of Glasgow. So it's a significant wasted resource. Of these, about 1,500 sites are urban and derelict. So they're within the towns and cities, and they are the most challenging of those sites. And terrifyingly, 60% of them have been like that for at least 20 years. Many of them for nearer 50, 60 or 70 years, in fact. You'll see the distributions here. The left-hand graph is by area. The right-hand graph is by number of sites. And what that actually shows you is that there are some very big sites in Highland and some very big sites in East Ayrshire, primarily the old coalfields. But that actually the intensity of the impact is far more focused in on the Greater Glasgow area. And in fact, if you look at the 20 years plus, the dusty sites as they're known, derelict, urban, since 2000 or earlier. That's the... Of those, the vast majority of them are clustered in Glasgow and North Lanarkshire. This is an issue about just transition. It's an issue about fairness. If you live in the 10% most affluent communities in Scotland, you have about 11% chance of having a vacant and derelict land site nearby. If you live in the 10% most deprived, that figure is 5 times higher. For some parts of Glasgow, everybody lives within 500 metres of a vacant and derelict land site. So this is very much a social and environmental justice issue as well as an opportunity. This October 2020, the Vacant Derelict Land Task Force, ably facilitated by the Land Commission, produced a report for Scottish Government. It recognised that vacant and derelict land had major impacts economically, socially and environmentally on Scotland. And it proposed mechanisms to accelerate the pace of change. The figures are dropping in Scotland, but one of my colleagues calculated that at the current rate of drop, it would take us just over 300 years to get rid of it. So it needs to be accelerated dramatically. And it looked at how we use data, how we use policy, how we use legislation, how we used funding, how we stop sites coming onto the register, because this is not a static, and crucially how we target legacy. And within that section, there was a recognition that particularly for these persistent sites, we should be looking at a green infrastructure-driven, nature-based solutions-driven set of changes, putting urban space alongside low-carbon, community-led initiatives. This was quite a strong set of recommendations developed by an incredibly diverse task force, which had private, public, voluntary sector and academics in the mix, and who, to a person at the end of the process, said that the report was better than they expected it to be, because we all started to see each other's perspectives expanding our own. The Scottish Government responded very quickly on this and actually announced an additional £50 million commitment over 5 years, which isn't a lot given the scale of the problem, but it's significantly more than we had. And crucially, from my perspective, it was designed in such a way that it is supposed to create a pipeline. So the amount of money per year increases across the 5 years, allowing ideas that aren't quite ready to spend time in the first years getting to an end point. So it's a very important step forward. But it's not enough. If we look at developing vacant and derelict land across the whole area, not just those priority urban sites, there are options to address climate change. We can look at climate mitigation. We can look to, certainly in the Ayrshire coalfields and the work that Forestry and Land Scotland mentioned in the video earlier, significant driver on carbon sequestration. But we've also got some major climate adaptation opportunities around water management particularly. And as I've said already, the just transition component is absolutely key. Absolutely delighted to do an event with the Minister last week where she was driving just transition as the key, not carbon. And I thought that was a really important place to be. It's the first time I've ever rewritten my presentation because the politician who spoke before me said the right things, not the wrong things. There's also an opportunity to look at nature loss. Certain sites that are properly located in the right place can have a major impact on ecological coherence across an area. There's certainly an opportunity to bring people into contact with nature with all the well-being benefits that delivers. So we can look at the twin crises as lenses towards the vacant derelict land. It's a real opportunity in urban areas to generate usable community green space, which I think COVID proved to us quite why that was so important. But equally to look at things like urban farming, food growing, vertical farming, having environmental benefits that might actually be about taking impacts from areas that are more fragile into areas where actually we can do something new and exciting. And the one that my organisation, Green Action Trust, which is a third sector partner, we specialise in what we refer to as environmental regeneration, so looking at degraded landscapes and places and using environment as a way of delivering benefits across social and economic agendas. There's an opportunity to look at these sites as development sites, which is actually what most of them are viewed as, but to find developments that are better placed for environmental impact than the standard is. So we pre-install the blue-green infrastructure. We ensure that we have the right active travel links and connections. So it's not just about purely environmental or purely green end solutions by any means. We're looking for environmental benefits, social benefits, and economic benefits. So vacant and derelict land, I would argue, offers a significant but challenging opportunity for sustainable net zero development, particularly in those communities who are most at risk and least responsible in Scotland for the problems. And that nature-based solutions should be at the heart of realising this opportunity, even when the end product is something which is commercial or residential or mixed use or whatever, that we should have nature-based solutions built into the heart of that. We have an opportunity here to create a form of retrofitting that doesn't rely on the fact that we have to get around the existing buildings because there aren't any on these sites. And crucially, we should be able to generate economic benefits, which generate returns on investment, which is where we're interested in a hybrid funding model, which we don't yet understand. This is the point where Shona Glenn should have stepped in, but unfortunately Shona couldn't be there, so I'm going to pretend I know more about the Clyde mission than I actually do. The Clyde mission is a really interesting perspective. It was kick-started by Scottish Government. It's a partnership of public, private and academic sectors. It's looking at a place-based, mission-led programme focused on the River Clyde, which, as you'll have seen from the maps, puts it right in the heart of the biggest sets of problems around vacant derelict land. And the idea is the Clyde should itself become an engine for sustainable growth and inclusive growth for Glasgow, for the region and for Scotland. And there are these 5 missions within the overall Clyde mission. The one that obviously interests us is the second one, using vacant and derelict land for the benefit of the economy, the environment and communities. But I would argue actually by doing that you deliver across the other 4 quite automatically. So they are very, very intertwined. It's a corridor a kilometre wide that runs down the Clyde from west of the city of Glasgow to the sea, taking in all the remains of the shipbuilding industry and the various other bits of riverside industrial area, and contrasting dramatically with what has happened where the river's edge has been developed so far, which is incredibly corporate, grey and impermeable, I would argue. But if you look at it, there are 263 vacant and derelict land sites within the footprint of the mission, spread across 7 local authorities. The footprint also overlies the Clyde Gateway, or parts of the Clyde Gateway, which is one of the major regeneration vehicles in the west of Scotland, and has a fantastic track record of looking at vacant and derelict land differently. It's also just become the first net zero business district in Scotland, or an aspiration to become. So you can see that even here that there are clusters around Glasgow, the city itself. The other thing that's important and useful to bear in mind with this, when we talk about the issues around investment, is that if you have a look at those sites, there's a massive tail of smaller ones. There are very few big sites. There are very few of the sites that Forestry and Land Scotland are targeting for woodland creation, for example. Most of these sites are less than 5 hectares in area and close by other land uses. And that sets us an interesting challenge about how you scale up from very, very small granularity sites into something that might attract an investment portfolio to attach to it. Across those sites, the local development plans and economic development strategies of the various local authorities have identified key uses for them across this graphing. The reason I put this in is that those 2 are very obviously related to natural capital and nature-based solutions. So one's around green space, one's about water management. They're the ready go-to. But actually, I would argue that in this part, particularly in the more dense urban parts of the area, the housing land and commercial land opportunities are probably the ones we want to be targeting. It's about doing that different, better, and in a sustainable, biodiverse way. So really, we're still, if we take those 4, we are covering the vast majority of the sites that are available, or we could be. So the workshop for today, and I'm going to leave this slide up and shut up in a minute, which is great. I don't normally get through things quickly, so I tend to get distracted myself with my own slides. There are 3 questions that we're trying to get our heads around at the moment to take an idea which was in the route map through to something we could start to discuss with potential investors and markets. So the first one is, given that vacant and derelict land could deliver in many ways around the biodiversity, natural capital, nature-based solutions, you know, it could be purely environmental, it could be environment as a way of making something else better. What range of sites and end uses seem the most sensible to package in, you know, from your experience? So what sort of things would make a good, interesting package to potential investors? So that's reach, maybe that's the first R. The second one is returns. So, you know, so what should we be considering when we start to pull this together as being a sensible balance of returns? You know, are we looking for things that are relatively quick or relatively long? Where would that be? Is it purely about economic return, a financial return, or is it about corporate CSR and all sorts of other things where people might find values that are not necessarily the most direct ones? And we have had very, very early discussions with the National Investment Bank about whether this is the sort of area they would be willing to listen to. So that's a very, very early stage discussion. So it's not, hey, we have an idea, are you interested? Would you be interested if we ever came to you with an idea? It's rather like the way I proposed to my wife, actually, and now I think about it. On the romantic level, it was after about 3 weeks, and we got married a lot longer. But if ever we felt like we still felt like we might do, would you consider, was about where it got to. There is definitely a role here for the public sector to act as a cornerstone funder to allow private investment to feel that the risk was minimised. What we'd like to know a bit more about is from your experience, what that might look like. Every time we've gone and looked at an international example, there's a public funder in there somewhere using some mechanism to make it work. But really, we want to use the Miro board that's about to be shared with you by someone. If you're on the online community, and if you're in the room, we'll work our way through those 3 questions. Really just to get a feel for where we might structure this moving forward. So that is how early in the day we are. We know we want to do it. We know it's hybrid. We know it's multifunctional. That's about as far as we've got. So any thoughts would be really, really helpful. And I'm going to hand over to Cath, who's actually going to facilitate this workshop session. I'm going to sit down.
Hello, welcome. I'm just going to facilitate the next half hour as we look at these 3 questions. So hello to everybody who's joining us on Zoom. Hello to everybody here. As Derek has said, we really need to tap into your expertise and your experience to help look at vacant and derelict land opportunities in Scotland. Obviously, vacant and derelict land opportunities elsewhere as well, but this is an excellent example of the opportunity and what we can actually achieve. And so we'll work through these 3 questions over the next half hour. So those of you who are on Zoom, hopefully you have got the link to the Miro board. You'll see if in the top left-hand corner there is a pointer icon. That's your critical place to go. Using that and clicking in that you can move post-it notes over onto your Miro board, and you can then also move the Miro board by clicking on that and using the hand to move the Miro board around. And we have, I hope, Rory on Zoom, who is monitoring that Miro board. And Rory, I will be coming to you to, if you've got any key points that people have put on their sticky notes on the Miro board to join into this conversation. And then Hannah Rudman is kindly going to monitor the chat on the Miro board, and I'll be coming to you, Hannah, as well, so that we have a conversation with everybody who's attending at the moment. So a quick question from Hannah.
One extra instruction for the colleagues online. The link is in the chat. It appears to be about Riverwoods, which is what we did yesterday, but go right. Scroll right, and you'll get to the right Miro for today. Thanks, Cath.
No problem at all. Okay, so I will endeavour to mix the conversation here with those joining us on Zoom. So, as Derek was saying, we do have public sector support. We have that 50 million Scottish Government support funding over a period of 5 years that can act as a cornerstone in terms of the funding of essentially bringing vacant and derelict land back into productive use, but with that focus on nature-based solutions being incorporated into that to deliver those climate change benefits, help with the kind of biodiversity loss, and deliver a whole raft of other benefits as well, social, economic and environmental. So we'll start with the first question. So thinking about that opportunity with Glasgow as that example, what range of sites and end uses would be most attractive? And Derek did mention that a lot of these sites in the Glasgow region are small sites. So there's, can we bundle those up and so on? So I'll open it to the floor here. Any thoughts on the range of sites and then also the end uses that would be most attractive? Now we're talking about attracting in that private investment alongside the public funding. So would anybody like to start with some comments?
We're not to ask a question.
Yes, absolutely. Have we got a microphone? Hannah.
Thank you. I was just wondering how much work has gone into assessing the sort of individual business models for each of these sites and what the commercial models look like. And then the next part of that question is basically overlaying what those different business models are for each of the sites and actually effectively looking at a pipeline of what those different sites and the actual business models start to sort of overlap.
That's
because I think that will start to drive a lot of your answers.
You preempted my last slide, which is coming up then. No, the reason for using the Clyde mission footprint as the example here is that what we're currently working on a potential pipeline portfolio type assessment for that. So you're going from your 3,500 down to your 14,000, 3,500 down to your 1,400 down to 260. So that process is underway for that one region. It's an immensely complex landholding in the sense that you have sites where multiple sites are owned by the same organisation, but they don't know they own them, through to single sites that are owned by multiple organisations, some of whom don't even exist anymore. And most of them have aspirational use attached to them. But some of those aspirational uses have been there, you know, some of these things have been identified as housing stock for 60 years.
Because I guess, given your sort of finite amount of money and the practical limitations, at some point you'll have to create that long list and prioritise against your objectives, and that will drive your limitations as to what that financial trade-off will be, and indeed what your type of investors will be.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say the 50 million is additional funding. There is an existing underlying vacant and derelict land fund that funds standard regeneration solutions, if that's not too damning a phrase. So it's focused on get that land off the register and into some use, which includes naturalising into biodiverse habitat, oddly enough. The 50 million is very much about a net zero driven but multifactorial agenda, and I sit on the panel that decides on the successful bids, and in terms of the ones that were funded and the ones that were nearly funded, there's some quite fascinating differences in how people were approaching it. Everything from net zero housing developments through to opening up an adjacent site to become a net zero industrial. So there were some quite interesting mindsets that were being developed there. And that's kind of where we've got to at the moment, is, you know, how widely do we cast the selection net, if you like. And you're probably right. I mean, it does need... The challenge is you can do it on a site-by-site basis, but is it possible to do it on a macro scale downwards as well? And I think that's where we're trying to tease out at the moment, is could we actually start to identify the criteria against we assess from a macro investment scale rather from a site need scale? Because the two at some point will meet in the middle.
Yeah. I do have more questions, but otherwise I'll keep hogging it.
We can come back to you. Thank you. I'll go to Hannah. Is there any comments or...
No, everyone's busy popping
Excellent.
their notes on the board.
Good. So Rory, I hope you can hear me. If you would like to mention any key points coming out from the Miro board, that would be great. Hello, Rory, can you hear me?
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me.
It works.
Great stuff, pleased you can hear me. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the Miro board. It's fair to say most comments so far have focused on the site selection. So on that, we have sort of banner headline would be the need to develop a sort of hybrid financing model. A key point that comes through is the need to sort of aggregate sites to create synergies. And we've already heard this from Derek. So we're talking about economic, social, environmental benefits, not just tackling carbon. So we could have green on one site that also supports commerce on another. Another could be neighbourhood regeneration. The need ultimately to produce a portfolio of sites that delivers a wide range of purposes and benefits. And someone else asks, are there similar vacant and derelict land initiatives in some other countries? And if so, what are the opportunities for us to learn from these examples? And maybe just a final question for the room, how might we prioritise sites for vertical farming?
Thank you, Rory. Some really good points there, and identifying some of the potential end uses for those sites. I don't know if anybody has thoughts here on what would be attractive for private investment. Any comments in the room?
Yeah, hi. My name's David Rudman, the chairman of the Scottish Forum in Natural Capital. I'm sitting here getting, I would say angry is the wrong word, but frustrated is probably the right word. Because as you may have noticed on LinkedIn or whatever this morning, First Minister announced some money for vertical farming. There's a significant amount of money for the cities deals. I could go in with a long list of things, and we really need to start joining this up so we actually get these funds all pointing in the same direction and all spending the money in the same way, and then we'll have an impact in these sites. It's extremely frustrating, and that's just the public aspect of the money. And until that is joined up, bluntly, the private sector is not going to come into, excuse the French, what's basically a bugger's muddle. It really is a mess. We need to join these things up. It's an immense frustration to me. Equally, well, the vertical farming is the one thing I was going to suggest immediately. I think there's also a massive opportunity to bring education back to people, as somebody who also chairs a college, albeit on the other side of the country, who, fortunately or unfortunately, is about to build a significant building. But we need to start downsizing the size of our educational buildings and take education to the people. And that could be on a much more localised basis across a lot of these derelict sites all across Scotland. Anyway, that's one of my bugbears. Several of my bugbears at one time.
Thank you. And it wasn't a question. It wasn't a question so much as just a couple of suggestions of places to look. One was L&G have done a fair amount of regeneration work throughout the UK in Salford that may provide some examples. Edmund de Rothschild has the Ginkgo Fund, that is a brownfield redevelopment fund that's maybe interesting, and that has an ESG metric. And then, you'll know more about this than I do, the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund. Is that something worth looking at? Yeah, but I just was thinking of ideas, but you know more about that one than I do, you think no? Okay. Right. But the Ginkgo one might be, they've done, but again, it will be commercial use and housing, which may not tie up with everything you wanted, but just some ideas.
Thank you. Some lots of ideas are on end uses, and I know that from SEPA's perspective, we're very interested in vacant dairy land from things like the flood risk management aspects, blue-green infrastructure, and those opportunities. So you can see, a lot of potential with these pieces of what are very valuable, underused pieces of land. So moving on to the second question. So we had to think about the range of sites, how we might bundle those up, some of the end uses, the prioritisation process, which is obviously critical. But thinking about that, thoughts on what type and scale of returns would investors seek if they were investing in parcels of land, bundles of land? Thoughts on that from the room.
I have a question. It's not related to the investors. It's because you say that the main solution is through NBS, nature-based solution. And what is the difference with if you have any industrial land and you want to regenerate it and build houses or any commercial sites and so on? What's the difference between what can be done with sustainable energy, with, I don't know, solar panels and so on, managing waters and so on? Do you call that NBS? Or if it's not that, what will you do more to be able to call that NBS? Because it's done what I said before in sustainable cities and so on, but it's not exactly an NBS. So what is it for you, an NBS, in these cases? Because I didn't get the point, or perhaps I didn't listen well, but because that's an interesting point to motivate investors?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question. It's one that we probably haven't fully answered, and oddly enough, these questions all start to work back to the original point, which we probably have to look on a site-by-site basis. I think there's two elements in those types of developments that we could argue we're heading towards NBS. One is an acknowledgement that the vast majority of development that's done in the UK doesn't get close to sustainable city quality. So any step in that direction would be better than none. There's quite a few of these areas where you've got clusters of sites where approaching one or two key elements or key parcels of land with a purely nature-based solution approach, probably around water management, probably around flood risk management, would actually make the rest of that land holding developable in whatever means. And that certainly was the case with at least one project we looked at last year in the last round of funding, where effectively one intervention would have meant that the adjacent sites were then developable for a solution which would have been net zero targeted in terms of the technology that was used, but actually probably wouldn't have had a nature-based solution component. But actually the key to the lock that was stopping it working was actually the lack of that nature-based solution, which in that case was about water management. There are others too. It's an interesting middle ground. I do quite a lot of work on sustainable urbanism, and it's relatively easy to work out how you could apply sustainable city concepts to new. The challenge is always retrofit, and certainly Glasgow did an assessment that a few years ago that reckoned that 80% of the people who will live in Glasgow in 2050 will live in buildings and on streets that already exist. So retrofit is always a challenge. The vacant urban sites, because of the way they're structured across the urban areas, often are the pockets that could allow you to retrofit in the sorts of solutions we're interested in. And that might then make the rest of a community more investable for other reasons. So it's a fairly complex set of interactions, which is always hard to describe to people. not in this setting, because people in this setting understand what we're talking about. When you get away from that into a more traditional setting, it can be quite difficult to bottom that out.
So my name's Zoe Laird from Highlands Enterprise, and I've just been trying to think through the answers to your questions, which are pretty hard, as a well set. But in answer to one of your first questions, I think you've answered it yourself, which is land ownership will continue to be a problem for any investor. Nobody's going to invest when you're going to have to go through all that challenge of working out who's going to agree to what. So there's one area. But as you were just talking now, I wanted to mention a company called, I think, Aquaterra, who do nature-based platforms, if you like, that would sit on the river, that would soak up floodwaters, that might make your other land ready for other investment, and to group perhaps your sites together, looking at which bit of the land needs a nature-based solution like that to mitigate floodwaters, to make the rest of the land viable, would be a way of looking at it, sort of a miniature catchment scale activity. And then I thought, for me, one of the bigger questions was, what's the context of the land? What's around it? What's going on there? Is it housing? Is it commercial? Is it industrial? And depending on the context, you might find that you might be able to attract some investment into heat systems, which could supply whatever that contextual environment is, because again, those kind of need scale and land, but often it isn't there, so it could be a nice fit.
Yep.
So just a couple of ideas.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Can I just comment on that very briefly?
Yes, yes.
It's interesting. In a previous role, I worked entirely in urban green space, and one of the things I find quite interesting is there have been quite deep discussions about district heating systems using green space as locations for ground source heat. There have been some very detailed analyses in Edinburgh of urban green space with the potential for flood attenuation. So, where would you channel the water? When you come to Glasgow and away from Edinburgh, because Edinburgh has very little vacant and derelict land, and you start to play the Glasgow thing, the first question is, which bits of vacant and derelict land would actually perform that function better? And I think you're absolutely right. I think there are renewables, and particularly the heat-based renewable options, that might be very, very attractive in certain parts of the very urban areas.
Can I just kind of
One more question here, and then we'll move to Hannah and to Rory.
Just to come in on that, because a lot of what we're talking about, especially when we're talking about investment and around packaging and the kind of making the cross portfolio connections, if that's what you could call it, I guess, is the LHEs, which is the local heat and energy strategies, are supposed to energy and efficiency strategies are supposed to come out in 2023, which is supposed to take a bit of a zoning approach. So there's a bit of a question of, especially in and around Glasgow, how can you bring the vacant and derelict land into that kind of site evaluation of where things ought to sit and what heat technology is actually right for what kind of zone within the city. So I think it's always there's so much going on, so it's sometimes a bit tricky, but it is sometimes a question of how do you bring the right kind of questions into the trajectory of some of the other policy making, which will then unlock some of your problems too.
Thank you. Hannah, anything in the chat to contribute?
Nothing from colleagues online, but a thought from me. It strikes me that the investors in this have to be the local community. So how do they get reconnected to these projects?
Interesting. Again, there's a very deliberate reason why I invited Shona to come and answer these questions, but she's not here. No, I'll pass it to Hamish in a moment on a more general point about communities in this whole agenda. The exercise, or the piece of work that's currently underway, looking at the 263 sites in the well, actually it's not 260 because we produced a short list of the ones that are most readily directable into green and nature-based solution type opportunities. We're now looking at those with the communities along the section of the Clyde that the Clyde mission relates to identify the ones which are the most ready to move forward collaboratively and collectively. So it's exactly that process. It's to say, okay, these things are currently shapefiles that say this area here could be something, and it could be along these lines. There are a number of challenges to involving communities, not least the fact that the funding for vacant and derelict land from the public sector goes through the local authorities. And so one of the things that we're doing as a trusted third sector broker is try to say to communities, this is how you engage with your local authority. And more importantly, saying to local authorities, this is how you engage with your local communities. And one of the most interesting projects actually in the Clyde Mission area that's been funded this year is a community-led cycle facility just into South Lanarkshire, which has got social enterprise businesses emerging from it and all sorts of things. And that was very much a community saying, look, this piece of land it's been a nightmare, it's been a pain for us, we've got an aspiration to do something, and there are people in our community who know what they want to do with it. How do we get the system to work with us? And I think there's quite a lot that's about joining things up, and there is a commitment to the Scottish Government to take more place-based approaches to investment, which would hopefully tie back to getting these things to stream together better, until you get an announcement that's something brand new, and then it adds to the mix, which is what we see all the time, unfortunately, from all across the world, to be honest. So yeah, I think there's a genuine need to get into localities to come up with the solutions. There's then a second brokerage role, which is how do you aggregate those up to the point where they might attract private sector investment to go alongside the public sector investment, or decide that one's public sector only and just run with it, because I think that's the other part of the mix. We have to an overall hybrid will acknowledge the fact that some things will be 100% public funded.
Just quickly, before handing over to Hamish, just to add to that, something we are exploring through Scottish Conservation Finance Pioneers, and it's a pillar in the route map that we published last year on the first £1 billion of investment in nature in Scotland, is a nature climate bond, which is all about local people being able to invest into their green space locally. So that is another opportunity there to explore linked to vacant and derelict land. So I'll hand to Mr. Hamish. Scottish Land Commission.
Thanks. Hamish Trench, Scottish Land Commission. I mean, just to pick up the communities point specifically, and Derek's covered the wider point about the importance of actually engaging communities and the stake that communities have in this, and you saw from his presentation the potential social impact of getting these sites right. This is a huge social legacy that we're dealing with here. But I think I would just there's a set of these sites that I think actually would lend themselves to community-led regeneration and development. And we've been working with the Development Trust Association of Scotland to actually put in place the support to make that happen. And actually over the last year, that support has actually, led to action on 7 sites in very rapid time. And I think that's kind of proving the business case, proving the concept, if you like, that with that brokerage support, there's a set of these sites that communities can take the lead in regeneration and deliver that benefit. But I think we're also equally clear, actually, there's a whole set of these sites that are quite rightly for other entities and organisations to lead on as well, with community involvement, but led by private interests, led by public interests, and a number of these sites are, of course, owned within public ownership as well. So I think I would just come back to there's a real opportunity here for community-led regeneration, but this has to be a kind of Scotland-wide effort, bringing together community, corporate backing, public investment, and private investment coming alongside that. And that's really the opportunity that task force identified.
The one thing I would add to that is that there's a question up there about the next one is about de-risking for private investment. Actually, there's a major element about de-risking for community empowerment as well, in the sense that I worked very closely with some communities over in Fife a couple of years ago, and they had aspirations to take on board several vacant and derelict sites around their community, but were unable to do so because of the potential risk of those sites being contaminated. Now, if they were contaminated, that's a big challenge. But checking whether they were contaminated using public funding would have actually de-risked those sites. And those communities could have said, you know what, yes, we will enter into this, we will take on that, it will be an asset, not a liability. So it's a relatively small investment that would actually have tested, literally, whether those sites were suitable. And those are the sorts of little twists and blockages that are still in the mechanism at the moment that we need to find ways to unblock them.
Thanks, Derek. I'm going to move to our online audience. So Rory, I hope you can hear us. Any key points, particularly about the second question? I know it is a difficult question to answer, the type and scale of returns investors would seek, but also if there's any comments starting to come through about how the public sector support could be structured to de-risk private investment.
Thanks, Catherine. I'll just run through them very quickly, and I'll particularly look out for some related to scale. Firstly, around the land market, it's obviously a hot topic at the moment. Someone asked, should be incentivising or perhaps even requiring public good outcomes from purchasers of vacant and derelict land. There's a couple of models to potentially emulate. Someone references the temporary business opportunities similar to those created during the Olympic Park in London. There's another creation place based similar to the Copenhagen power plant that I believe also has a ski slope. In terms of some more specific ideas, somebody referenced for returns, someone references a ground source for ground source heating for community use. There's vertical farming opportunity as well, which has already been mentioned. And then again, there is that sort of idea of the sort of synergistic businesses that provide multiple benefits. So circular economy benefits, for example, and that would also pave the way for natural capital investment too.
Thank you, Rory. So we've probably got about another 5 minutes left of the discussion. I would like to try and focus on that last point about public sector support helping to de-risk private investment, and as Derek was also saying, in terms of that community involvement as well. So welcome some thoughts on that. Have we got the microphone? Yeah.
Thank you. Just in terms of de-risking, when we were in High, we did a lot of work on community energy, and one of the best products that we offered, although we can't continue to offer it, it's a bit awkward, was very small scale sums to support feasibility work and to help people plan. And to be honest, I think we probably offered out 100 or 200 grants for communities who were interested in developing energy systems, and the best outcome from that was that maybe only 10 of them passed that stage, but people were able to explore their ideas and test the feasibility without risk. And I think that when that yielded the 10 projects that could go forward, for the sake of argument, that made a huge difference to their ability to be investable. So that very micro early stage feasibility work was hugely important, recognising there will be a high failure rate, if you like, for feasibility work.
Any other comments from the floor? Hannah?
It's me again, not Zoom in the room, me as me. I think that there's a big opportunity for health boards as part of the public sector to begin to come into these projects. I've seen a number of FTech, the consultancy who kind of give a review of your landscape to say how much money you might make out of nature and how much money you might make for other social causes. And a lot of those reports say if you had therapeutic gardening opportunities, whether that's vertical farming or what's normal gardening called? Normal gardening.
Horizontal.
Thank you. Forgive me, I'm not the subject matter expert at SRUC, that's for sure. You know, those benefits would save the NHS, you know, such a great amount of money in terms of being able to offer people that treatment instead of bringing them into the health service.
Very good point. I can also see local authorities, Ron. I don't know if you've got any representation from local authorities. It's an important role as well. Would welcome your thoughts.
Hello, I'm Daniel Zimmer from Climate Kick. I see two aspects in this de-risking de-risking function of the public sector. There is a first part which is bring the project to investability, and so it's a sort of de-risking where you try to help also the local actors defining the value extraction mechanism, the cash flow mechanism, or other type of project development mechanism. And then there is the more financial de-risking during the project itself, which can go through guarantee mechanism, for instance, but there might be other type of instruments also to de-risk. So these two things, for me, need to be clearly distinguished. And I would even add to that in the second phase, we have a tendency to think of risk only from financial perspectives, but in fact the risks are for all the actors, and I personally plead for a holistic de-risking approach, looking at the risk of the different actors and see how these risks are combined or interact, because it is much more than just a financial issue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Rory, any final points from everyone who's joining us on Zoom?
Yeah, thanks, Cath. You just spoke to someone from the public sector. There's a couple of questions around that. Could there be a public sector guarantor who steps in if remediation of contaminated land turns out not to be possible, to de-risk the investment? I think that's quite similar to something Derek was saying about de-risking for communities to take on potentially contaminated land. Another point in local authorities, can they put forward a package of sites where land ownership is known and aspirations for restoration are compatible? And then a final point, just again, tied to local authorities, could we draw on health budgets, moving to preventative spend and nature-based therapies? And we all know the phrase of the natural health service. So that goes back once again to this idea of sort of stacking up the benefits to make it more attractive to investors.
Thank you very much, Rory, and my thanks and all our thanks to everybody who's joining us and contributing to the Miro board. Just to let everybody know that the Miro boards will be open for a number of days. In fact, I think it might be a number of weeks. So both for the Riverwoods example that we were looking at yesterday and for the vacant and derelict land. So everybody can add their thoughts to that Mira board, and we'll obviously be taking those away. And the comments, fantastic comments and conversation we've had here will be taking away as well to help us move the Riverwoods and the vacant and derelict land initiatives on. So, sorry.
Somebody's going to have to interpret those boards at some point. Could I actually just say to people, your questions are as useful as your answers? So if you've got points where you say, if you mean this, why don't you say it? Or what this isn't clear enough, where should you, this is where you're going to need, that's actually going to be as helpful as somebody coming forward and saying this is a brilliant thing to go and look at. So please challenge as well as informing. That would be good.
Thank you. So I'm going to hand back over to Derek, and I think you're going to do a summing up.
Yeah.
Over to you, Derek.
My main summing up is, why do I always end up doing Friday afternoons? It's really not fair to any of us, but it was really just a few things about next steps. So we will use, I say today's discussions, but the discussions informed by the board in the coming weeks, we will pull together and start to use that to help us and build on some of the connections. So if anybody wants to know more or get involved, that would be really helpful. We're seeking to create a dedicated resource. The work to date has been done in the margins of other people's jobs. So there's a chance to say, can we get a focus here to do something more intensive? To draw in actually a lot of the thinking that's been done by the other bits of the conservation finance pioneers, because a lot of the answers to the questions we need to answer for vacant derelict land are the same questions you're asking for Riverwoods or would be asking in any other setting. You know, how do we financially account for avoided costs? How do we get health budgets to pay for things that are not health spend? Those sorts of questions will be standard. So the aim is to use, initially at least, the Clyde mission area to begin to build an investigated portfolio of investable sites. So picking up that point about the public sector should be able to come forward with sites that are ready to use. So it's to start that process and to work with others to work out which investment models best apply to that. And effectively then to sort of move forward from there, using it as a pilot to go to somewhere beyond that. It's a mind-bogglingly complicated exercise, this, because V&DL is just another one of the wicked problems, sad to the ones we're trying to deal with. It does have one real advantage. Those maps that I showed you about concentration means we can do something that is just in Glasgow and have a significant enough impact that it's directly transferable to everywhere else. So it doesn't have to be Scotland-wide to get to a solution. It could be Glasgow and its surrounding 7 local authorities, and we would hit probably 60% of the problem in one go. So it is possible to regionalise this discussion in a way that isn't possible for any of the other pillars. So that's my one bit of optimism against the massive deluge of problems that come with it. It's essential. We cannot have a situation where we allow land to sit for decades, not doing nothing, doing things which are negative to the local area and to local people. So we have to get beyond that. So thank you for your time and what energy we all have on a Friday afternoon.
Right, everyone, we'll go to a short break now and back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
So, for example, we are co-developing a UK farm soil carbon code, a UK salt marsh code, and we're extending the operation of the Peatland code to include a wider range of lowland peats. With growing interest from companies seeking to offset their emissions, carbon markets are also set to provide farmers and other land users with substantial new income streams. It's estimated, for example, that a UK farm soil carbon code could unlock up to £500 million in annual revenues by 2030 for farmers and other landowners adopting regenerative agricultural practices that lock up carbon from the atmosphere in agricultural soils.
Trustable Credit is another co-design project that we're undertaking, exploring how we create high-quality trustable credits for voluntary markets. We're convening an adhocracy of stakeholders from farmers to financial institutions with measuring device manufacturers and services and validators in a collaborative group. Trustable Credit is working towards international open standardized processes for digital devices and their data measuring carbon, biodiversity and nature improvements. Digital methods and processes for measurement can prove the quality and trustability of data that might be used to make a carbon or biodiversity credit.
So we want to see these baked into existing and emerging carbon codes to give farmers and landowners more automated, better, easier, faster processes.
We need digital methods in carbon codes to give the financial sector decision grade data. The new UK Farm Soil Carbon Code and Trustable Credit projects need further support.
So if you can support us with grant funding to do this, perhaps via your company's foundation, please get in touch.
Thanks for listening.
Forestry and Land Scotland looks after land owned by Scottish ministers on behalf of the nation. We are a public body and we work to create forests and land that Scotland can be proud of. We are the largest land manager in Scotland, looking after about 650,000 hectares. That's almost 10% of Scotland's total landmass. We do this for the benefit of everyone, both now and in the future. Until 2018, we were part of the Forestry Commission, With this history, we have over 100 years' experience of woodland creation and stewardship of Scotland's forests. But we're not all about trees. We also look after some of Scotland's most important open habitats and lead the largest peatland restoration programme in the country. We plan our land management to deliver a range of ecosystem services that balance social, environmental and economic considerations. As a public body, we work through audited processes and use internationally recognised certifications that ensure transparency and credibility. Facing today's twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, we know that supporting nature will be a critical part of the solution. We're scaling up the action we can take by working hand in hand with partners looking to invest in Scotland's natural capital. We're developing a pipeline of projects eligible for the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Code, which will deliver a host of benefits beyond carbon sequestration, from recreation and education opportunities to helping build resilience in air and water quality, enhancing important habitats, and supporting the rural economy with green jobs and sustainable enterprises. So let's take a look at some examples from our pipeline of projects. Forestry and Land Scotland has an ambitious programme to transform vacant and derelict land across the nation into new woodlands. Tree planting at this example, Damside in central Scotland, will begin next spring. This is just one of several former open-cast coal fields where depleted soils are being restored and planted to provide accessible green spaces for local communities, as well as create productive forests that will supply the sustainable materials of the future and foster new diverse habitats for wildlife. Even relatively small areas of native woodland planting can have a big impact when designed to support freshwater habitats. Trees planted along riverbanks provide connective corridors for fauna and flora. Dappled shade can protect aquatic life from changing temperatures and nearby pollution, as well as offering slow-growing carbon capture and a long-term carbon store. Scottish peatlands currently store around 140 years' worth of Scotland's total greenhouse gas emissions. And when functioning healthily, these peatlands act as a carbon sink. But many of our bogs are damaged and are drying out, releasing this carbon back into the atmosphere. We are developing our first peatland code projects for delivery in 2022. These projects will re-wet and revegetate damaged peatlands to avoid emissions, preserve these important habitats, and protect our water quality and security well into the future. Forestry and Land Scotland are fortunate to look after some of Scotland's most loved landscapes. Large-scale restoration projects may include woodland creation and peatland restoration eligible for the existing codes, but they are also likely to include a variety of land management activities to enhance ecosystems beyond those of the current carbon markets. These will often be complex projects with long lead times, and such projects could provide a rare opportunity to be involved from the outset in restoring whole landscapes across Scotland's peninsulas and glens for generations to come. If you'd like to find out more, please visit our website, or if you have a project in mind that you'd like to discuss, you can get in touch via inquiries@forestryandland.gov.scot.
Welcome to Scotland, a country known for remarkable landscapes, pristine environment and spectacular wildlife. But behind the romantic images of the Highlands lies a forest ecosystem devastated by more than 500 years of exploitation. Scotland's uplands have been blighted by clearance of forests and people and near loss of the indigenous culture around our native flora. Even many Scots are unaware that our bare hills should really look like this. The challenge is how to transition from where we are now to a forest nation with a biodiverse, flourishing upland ecosystem, thriving communities and a vibrant forest culture. At our farm in Perthshire, we have developed a model for how this can be done. At Kirkland Farm, nature thrives alongside agriculture, and our distillery uses the unique flavours of Scotland's wild plants to create our award-winning innovative spirits. Our unique business model supports nature and people, and our expansion plan can create much greater impact for Scotland. Our circular economy business model combines three synergistic elements: regenerative agroforestry to restore biodiversity, negative emissions technology that captures atmospheric carbon that can be stored in soils, and innovative distillation processes and natural product design for the food and drink, cosmetic, nutraceutical and pharmaceutical sectors. In our regenerative land use model, carbon and biodiversity assets work together to create natural products, deliver ecosystem services, create green jobs, and provide resilience against climate change in our ecosystems and rural communities. Together with key investors, we can deliver 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We bring powerful combined business and scientific skills and have a track record in land management, building key relationships and academic partnerships. We have a passion for innovation and have experience in delivering multiple natural product revenue streams. With patient anchor capital already lined up, we are seeking investment partners with a desire to create impact. We need to act now to innovate achievable enterprise solutions to climate change. We need to balance environmental, financial, and community outcomes, and our model can do this through ecosystem restoration and a nature-based product set. We have a strong team with delivery capability, so join us and be part of our extraordinary vision for Scotland, for nature, for people.
Highlands Rewilding Limited is a new mass ownership company that has emerged from the Bunloit Rewilding project with the purpose of nature recovery and community prosperity through the scaling of rewilding in the Highlands of Scotland. Rewilding to us is a holistic approach, restoring whole ecosystems, providing many interlinked benefits for climate, biodiversity and people. Jeremy Leggett is the founder and director of Bunloit Rewilding Limited and Highlands Rewilding Limited. He is a social entrepreneur and climate campaigner and former director of international solar company Solar Century. The Bunloit Rewilding project began on Bunloit Estate on the banks of Loch Ness. For the past year, the Bunloit team have been researching and consulting to develop an economically viable land management model that boosts carbon sequestration and biodiversity while creating rural employment opportunities and making an ethical profit. Collaborating with various experts in the field, we've been measuring our carbon and biodiversity baselines at Bunloit Estate using a combination of traditional and cutting-edge survey methods to achieve the most granular dataset possible. By openly sharing our work with others, we hope to further natural capital verification science. Highlands Rewilding Limited will scale the work that has been underway for the past 18 months at Bunloit by replicating locally appropriate versions of the Bunloit model on other suitable tracts of land across the Highlands. The first project for Highlands Rewilding is the ownership of a nature-based solutions business on Beldorney Estate in Aberdeenshire. Here we will focus on the following land management themes: afforestation of native species, sustainable forestry, regenerative agriculture, ecotourism, eco-building and natural capital credits. The work here and on further land in future will be carried out by the Bunloit Rewilding operating team via a framework agreement. Jeremy Leggett is a startup specialist and has a good track record of finding world-class growth phase leaders and boards for his creations. The Bunloit and Beldorney estates were initially bought with £9.3 million raised, of which £5.5 million came from 3 bonds, £500,000 from a loan and £3.3 million from Jeremy Leggett's post-tax proceeds from the sale of Solar Century. The target for the start phase of Highlands Rewilding is £6 million of equity from founding funders, and the tally so far is at £3.3 million and counting from 25 high net worth individuals, family offices and impact investors. As we are very aware of the issues of land ownership inequality in Scotland, we also hope to do a circa £2 million retail crowdfunding campaign to widen the shareholder base and let in as many local community Scots as possible at some stage as citizen rewilders. If you're interested in joining the Highlands Rewilding team on this journey, head to the website to find out more. Please do sign up to our mailing list there if you would like to register your interest as a citizen rewilder. If you're interested in learning more about becoming a founding funder, contact Jeremy Leggett directly. Thank you.
Trees Infrastructure is an open source platform that is aiming to support various city stakeholders to collectively value and invest in urban nature in cities across Europe and the world that for way too long have understood trees from an aesthetic point of view. They've seen them as beautiful lampposts rather than understanding them from all the different values that they can provide, from cleaning the air to actually filtering water to supporting humans and non-humans to have better lives in cities.
There is many European cities that are committing to all these targets. You know, we will plant 3 million trees, we will plant 2 million trees, but essentially the problem is that they don't have the money or the capacity or the resources to do that right now. And so I think Trees as Infrastructure is working with cities to help them understand what is a new asset management system, a new way to price urban trees, and a new way to understand their impact in order to grow urban forests in cities.
If I could ask panelists to take the seats, and just while you're doing that, just want to this is the final formal session of the two-day event that we've been running, and this particular session is focused on a reflection, a panel discussion on the progress and opportunities for UK and international collaboration. Now, this session is going to be chaired by Joe Pike. Joe Pike is going to be chairing it remotely. So in this full spirit of a hybrid event, I'm going to now pass over to Joe Pike. We'll be finishing this event just after 3:45. Joe, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ruchir. I've really enjoyed the discussions this afternoon. So we've got a great panel with us and an opportunity to reflect on that key theme of collaboration with the topic that Ruchir outlined. I'm going to begin by inviting each of the panel members to introduce themselves briefly, no more than about a minute, just to say who you are and what your interest is in this topic. I should say that as the Chief Executive of the Scottish Wildlife Trust and also the Deputy Chair of the Scottish Forum on Natural Capital, my interest in this topic is healthy, resilient ecosystems supporting wildlife and people. And the Scottish Wildlife Trust began on this journey a few years ago. Back in 2013, we organised the World Forum on Natural Capital, and we ran that 3 times up until 2017 with a host of international partners. That was still very conceptual. That was followed with the Scottish Conservation Finance Project, which we teamed up with SEPA to deliver a host of stakeholders in Scotland, a very much more Scotland-focused endeavour. And now we're focusing on Riverwoods to try and put some of these things into practice on the ground. So that's my interest in this topic. I'm going to invite David Young to introduce himself first to you all and share his interest in this topic, and then we'll move on to the other panellists who I'm going to invite to introduce themselves from left to right. So first of all to David.
Thanks, Joe. My name's David Young, and I'm a Senior Fellow with the Broadway Initiative. The Broadway Initiative is a collaboration of a range of environmental organisations and businesses looking at policy development to advance environmental improvement across the board. My particular interest is, I guess, long-standing. I started life as an environmental scientist and was a former founding executive director of Natural England. And I've come to the conclusion that a far greater emphasis on the role of markets would be a benefit for government in advancing the agenda for nature recovery, as we've watched nature recovery fail through the conventional methods of grants and agri-environment schemes over many years now.
Thank you very much, David. And let's move. I can't quite see in the room who is on the left. So if you would like to introduce yourselves from left to right, that would be helpful.
Yeah, Joe, I was just wondering what angle you'd be seeing it from and where the left started, but anyway, I'll go.
Thanks, David.
Saving the best to the last. This is the last session of the couple of days. My name is David Watt. I'm the chair of the Scottish Forum on Natural Capital, which is not quite unique, perhaps, but it appears to me to be a collaboration of people from the public sector, significant bodies in Scotland, number of whom are represented here, the third sector, including the Scottish Wildlife Trust, and the private sector, including ICAS, the Accountants Association, the IOD, where I used to work for a number of years, and recently business and community. My interest really is in motivating the private sector to get signed up and active in this agenda. I'm not really a great talker. Well, I'm a great talker. I talk far too much, but I really want to see things happening, and I get a bit frustrated when they don't, to be honest.
Thank you, David. And thank you to the camera operator. I can see you all now. That's brilliant.
Hello, everybody. My name is Odile Conchou. I'm not from Scotland, as you can hear. I'm French, but I'm really happy to be here, and thank you to invite me. I'm working currently at the CBD, the UN CBDs, as the Secretariat for the Convention of Biological Diversity, based in Montreal. And in this secretariat, I'm in charge of difficult task, which is to link the financial sector with the CBD community, more or less. And that's quite new, honestly, and it's not so easy, but it's coming. And I'm there for 2 years, and before I was, and I will be back in some months, working at the French Agency of Development, which is a public development bank, where I was heading the environmental, social, governance and impact department. So really trying to connect these issues with the financial topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Odile.
Continue, Jo. Hi, everyone. I'm Victoria Loughlin. I'm the head of Strategy, Insights and Constitution Unit in the Investment Finance Division in Scottish Government. So the reason why I'm here is, as the task was set out very clearly by the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and the Economy yesterday, that we want to create this high-integrity, values-led market around natural capital. And I'm collaborating with a whole range of people in the room around how we make this happen, how we mobilize our networks. Now that we know what the destination is, how we figure out the roadmap and the path to get us there. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks, Victoria.
Renée, Kerkvliet-Hermans, for who's only just joined now. So I'm the Peatland Codes Coordinator for IUCN UK Peatland Programme. So the Peatland Code is a carbon standard for landowners to restore their peatlands and get carbon credits of it. So a way to get private investment into peatland restoration. The Peatland Programme, the IUCN UK Peatland Programme in general, is all about collaborating with NGOs, with government, but also the scientific community, and getting everyone around the table and working towards healthy peatlands in the UK. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Renée. So far, so good. I've only jumped in and talked over one of you so far. So, right, I'll begin before going to a few more slightly more specific questions. I'm going to invite all of you to just reflect on the discussions that you've taken part in so far, be that here today, or whether there's any other discussions that have taken place during COP26 relating to the topic of finance for nature, and specifically thinking about collaboration. What are the things that stand out to you most? What has made an impression on you so far around how we can collaborate to move this emerging agenda forward? So let's go back in reverse order, actually. I'm going to go straight to Renée.
Great, thanks. I think for me, what we were discussing this morning about the mismatch between project-based, landowner-based, what you need on a scale for that, and the mismatch that you need on the big scale in private investment, and how we're going to collaborate to actually bring that together and make sure that we're not losing people in that project. So very much about a need for the collaboration there instead of what we've already done, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think that's very, very pertinent. Victoria, what's stood out to you most so far?
Well, one thing that I'm really pleased about is that at the COP26, nature was much more mentioned than I actually anticipated. We've got COP15 coming up, and especially in the kind of finance conversation, every single time climate was mentioned, nature was mentioned next, and it really is the next kind of frontier here, which is really great. So it's really moving towards the mainstream, which is exactly what we, of course, want to see. The other thing that I think I'm coming away with, I was thinking earlier, where's my head at? Well, for one, it's very full with all of the conversations that we've had, which have been really productive. I think that the collaboration aspect is really important, but I think we realize that both from the finance side, in terms of the innovative finance instruments that we need, which can be quite complex, as well as from the ecological side in terms of the science, which can be quite complex, and we've got communities of practice which have high expertise. There's a real question of how we bring that together so that, and in a way that allows us to translate and also communicate that journey that we're really on. And I think that the destination is helpful there, but I think we really need a narrative so that we don't lose ourselves, because I think there's so much complex and interesting work going on, and we could all be fiddling away at the problem from different aspects. But I think we really need something that helps us tie together the road that we're all on, so that we can orient ourselves and move all of that work into the productive same direction that we need to want to see. So, and I think the conversations we've had over the past 2 days are really contributing to that. So I think, and I think from a Scottish perspective as well, that's really what we want to contribute to, convene the space, but also help to try and tell the story.
No, thank you. I think those are also very pertinent comments, and I might like to come back to one of those in a moment with a follow-up question to you all. But Odile.
I don't want to repeat what I just heard, but that's true that arriving at the COP 26 and not 15, we are a small CBD delegation, and we say, but nature is everywhere, not everyone, but everywhere, and we saw nature everywhere, and even no wind farm and so on, but nature, and our impression was that it comes from infrastructure solution to nature-based solution, and it's that's my first climate COP, but it's quite new but really good. The second thing is that finance is also everywhere with a dedicated day, and everyone is speaking of finance, the need of finance, sure, but how to finance with a lot of commitments. So, for, as you said, commitments for climate, but just after people like Mark Carney, like the head of NGFS, the network of central bank and so on, say, but yes, but nature has to be also included. So nature-based solution and other. So it comes. And so that's 2 different points. I think that the social point, as you say today, has not to be forgotten. But what I see, if we directly come to finance for biodiversity this time, I have the impression that there is a huge gap between these 2 communities, and that's also what we would like to try to make at the CBD. On the side, when we see this project, for example, there are projects on the ground, sometimes perhaps smaller projects, and I don't know where to find the money, where to find investors, except from some carbon market or some NGOs and so on, but where to find the private sector and investor who will want to take the risk to finance them. That's the first thing. And on the other side, what we perhaps more here, so the link to the finance community, so the link to the TNFD that you heard yesterday, we are really involved also in it, is that what is the market? We don't know. We don't have no data. We don't have no matrix, and so on and so on. So we can do. So in the fact, there are these 2 opposite sides, if I can say, and how to reconcile that and make first that they understand each other, understand the finance, understand what is a biodiversity project. So there are some taxonomy coming and so on. There is a real need of that. And that the other can find money. So to finance their projects, either smaller and more biggest project, in order to go out from the business as usual and integrate biodiversity, I would say, and climate, because both are interrelated in all the business as usual, and finance this necessary transition, not only protection. So that's mainly what I perhaps can say now.
Oh, thanks very much, Odile. And we'll come back and pick up on some of those points as well, I think, from all of you. Let's go to David. David Watt first.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think I'm cheered by the last couple of days. I tuned in virtually yesterday, so I've been here most of today. I think the real practical examples have really cheered me up, because I've constantly battled with seeing real examples of things happening and opportunities. I think that's great. I think Scotland has cheered me up, because I think Scotland really can lead the way here, genuinely. We say that in a lot of things, and we have led in the world in terms of raincoats, umbrellas and whiskey, but actually we can lead in this agenda as well. So I think there's a real opportunity for us. Without a doubt there is, and we need to drive forward with that. I think there's a couple of things about finance. I think the fact that finance has come to the fore through Rishi Sunak appearing, and what Kate Forbes said yesterday is really, really important. I think the point about them joining together would be quite nice, but we'll leave that for the moment. I just think that finance taking centre stage is really important. I went to dinner last night actually with the UN Deputy Secretary General, and she said, really interesting, in the general climate thing, the estimate is $7 trillion a year. The UN has $150 billion to spend. So it's nothing in comparison. It almost doesn't matter. It is simply seed funding. And I think we've got to get to the point where the public sector in Scotland and Britain understands that's what it is as well. It's seed funding. It can facilitate and expedite things. It cannot do things. And then the private sector will come in. We've just had a classic example. I think there's a massive opportunity, for example, to solar farms all over Glasgow, which will relieve fuel poverty and improve the environment thing. Very simple thing, very easy thing to do. I know people who go in there tomorrow to do that. So there's a real opportunity. And there's an interesting point also about commercial return. Maybe I'm jumping ahead. But if you look at, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's financiers in the room, so I may get it wrong, but a US Treasury bond at the moment returns over 10 years 1.5%. You know, it's not going to be difficult to return better than that through some nature-based solution for financiers over 10 or 15 years. It's really not. So the money is available, you know, particularly at a time we're about to go into, I'm afraid personally, a fairly significant inflation, which downgrades the value of your investments. So I think people doing good, genuinely feeling as if they're doing good, investing in something that's going to return at the same time over a period of time is certainly doable. And we have in Scotland, and I always forget the figure, but literally billions and billions of pounds. It will be almost $1 trillion at least under management in Scotland. None of it is invested in Scotland. None of it. So we need to change that model as well. Sorry, it's enough for me.
Thank you, David. Some sobering points about some of the numbers there, but actually a note of real optimism about the achievability of some of this, which I would absolutely support. Okay, thank you, David Watt. Now we'll go to the other David, David Young.
Thanks, Jo. I mean, there has been so much to reflect on and such a diversity of perspectives. I want to build on something I think Victoria said about tying things together. Obviously, we're bringing lots of complexity together, and we're having to innovate and create new solutions for things that we haven't done before. But it needs to be done in a coherent way. And I think the need, and I think Ed Lockhart-Mummery mentioned it this morning, the need for a new architecture. And I think James Cameron also then spoke particularly about institution building and finding the roles for the different existing institutions and perhaps for new institutions. I was certainly taken by the idea of Scottish leadership. Our experience in the Financing UK Nature Recovery Initiative is Scotland's engagement with that initiative has been remarkably coherent in comparison to some, and I do think you do have a unique way of approaching the role of government with its community and with its businesses, which could provide a very interesting way of showcasing how it could be done. And you'll also be able to move hopefully more rapidly. So the last thing I was going to just comment on was the repeated voice about cracking on. We don't need more reports, we need more action. And practically, actually setting aside some money as seed money to invest in long-term nature recovery to set up the governance structures and the market mechanisms to deliver that. We'll show how it can be done. And then that can be used by the private sector. You're de-risking the as James said, the institution building. You're not trying to fund nature recovery.
Oh, thank you, David. Some massively important points there about institutional architecture and so on. I would just like to also come back to one of the points that you made, Victoria, which is about the complexity of this topic, and others of you have kind of reflected the same challenge. I wanted to just ask the panel in general, whichever one of you would like to comment on this, what do you think is the least understood aspect of the conversation that we're having today about finance for nature?
Can I jump in here? Because I want to disagree with two of my panel members. This is not complex at all from the private sector's point of view. You have to either make money or save money in what you're doing. It's very simple. That's why we're in it. And we need to remove the complexities. I think we're making it too complex. It was actually mentioned in the last session. It's too complex for local communities to get involved. So that, again, as I say, the public sector, in my view, in that case, has to get in, find out who owns the land and sort it out, and then involve the community. So I think the complexities, again, the public sector can be a facilitator. Third sector probably has the ideas and the initiatives and thoughts. For the private sector, it's genuinely not complex. If you're in the private sector, you make money, and if you don't make money, you don't have a job. So it's really pretty simple. And all the rest of it just gets in the way, to be quite frank. Yeah, we might make money and have in the past in slightly misguided ways, and we need a bit more wisdom, but we're beginning to get it. But really, please just make it easy. Don't make it complex. Try and sort it out for communities and for business.
That's a brilliant challenge, David, actually. They say the worst kind of panels are where everybody agrees with each other. So thank you for completely disagreeing with the question. And I think actually it can be a trap that we can all fall into, that there obviously is a degree of complexity in there, but we can maybe make it too complicated for ourselves. I think that's a really good point from David. Did anybody else want to comment on that before we move on to another question? David Young.
I just want to furiously agree with David. I think the least understood aspect of this is how incredibly bogged down in regulatory mycelium, as a colleague of mine describes it. These projects are exhausting to get off the ground. The number of hurdles you have to overcome, the complexities and the science, the policy positions, the silos that you have to deal with, the vast quantity of uncertainty that's there. It's got to be simplified, but it's also got to be made more certain. I think that's perhaps they're two sides of the same coin. If you provide greater certainty, you will probably simplify. Although, as an investor said to me not so long ago, he said, you want to be very careful. You might provide certainty, but you might create the world's most intricate cottage industry.
No, thanks, David. And I think you may well be right that these are sort of two sides of the same coin. John Utley in the chat has pointed out that, because of the complexity that does exist, it's our job to make it simple. And that's, I think, John was saying perhaps the point that Victoria was making earlier. Just moving to a different kind of question then for a moment. What about these questions around standardization? So at the one end of the scale, you've got a strong rationale for standardized methodologies, for standards themselves that everybody has to comply with and so on. And then perhaps at the other end of the scale, you've got arguments in favor of local innovation and sort of local ownership and so on. And they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, because perhaps there's a sequential aspect of that. But I just wanted to ask about some of your views. Maybe if we start with Renée, do you have any views on the role of standardization in this space around finance for nature?
Yeah, so I think obviously I'm Peatland Codes Coordinator. We've got the woodland carbon codes, we've got the salt marsh carbon codes being set up, so farm soil carbon codes, kelps, so many codes are being set up, and there's definitely a need for coordination and standardization amongst that, because otherwise it's going to be a minefield for investors to be able to, and especially because they're highlighted to be able to get to the scale of investment that some of the bigger investments and investors are needing. We need to aggregate projects over landscape scale, so we need to make sure that that's possible and that that's doable for people on the ground, as well as for investors to understand that they're all similarly credible and investable to do that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Some really good points there. Did anybody want to pick up on anything that Renée has just said, or the broader topic of standardization?
I can do. That was on the broader topic, perhaps much more. We speak about a lot of that, of standardization, but I think there are two different things to consider when we speak on finance for biodiversity. That's the risk part and the opportunity part. The risk part, that's how to manage the fact that all the financing are not causing too much impact on biodiversity, or also are not so dependent of biodiversity. And for that, you need to know how to do. You need to know how to assess the project that you are financing when you are financial institutions. So you need standards, or you need methodologies to be able to assess that. And if you want that it is comparable for any reason, or because you have also to report and to let know to others what you've done, yes, I think that standards are useful. First, because banks are asking for that, and they don't know how to do, and so on. That's what I said before. They ask for data, saying that there are no data, which is not true. There are data, a lot of data on the ground by scientific people, by NGOs, and so on, a lot. But these are scientific and ecological data. That's not financial data. So there is really a need to translate that, and to have translator also, either in the banks or outside, and in NGOs, in partnership with scientists, and so on. So for that, yes, I really think standards are useful. For the financing part, perhaps for the carbon market and so on, that's perhaps a bit different, but at the minimum for the risk, yes, I would say yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much, Odile. So I think David wanted to come in there. David.
Yeah, so I think Mark Carney, in his work in the voluntary carbon sector, has had to deal with 20 years of failure to standardise. And it has impacted on confidence to such an extent that we now have this quite considerable scepticism out there about the quality of offsets and the contribution that nature-based projects can provide. And that drives the sort of push towards very, very detailed regulation and the complexity that we were just talking about. So I think in terms of quality and certainty, standardization is critical. But the other aspect is that it massively reduces transaction costs. And ultimately, if we're going to scale up nature recovery, we have to bring the cost of nature recovery down, and we need to be able to do that quickly and significantly.
No, thanks, David. So some strong support there for standardisation. Victoria, did you want to come in just there? Were you indicating?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to emphasise what David there said, I think standardisation is key to scale. I mean, that's what we've all talked about a lot today, is how do we get from pilot projects to aggregation to scale, and so standardisation is a key mechanism for that. I think the only other point there is, because there's a lot of activity in that space, is really important, and from a Scottish perspective as well, is to understand what's happening at international level, like through efforts like the TNFD, for example, etc., that we are really aligning, because scale of the market then matters as well, and coherence is really important from an investor's perspective too. So I think we need to all keep our sights, towards the horizon to see what else is happening, so that that alignment from a standardizing perspective really can happen.
Absolutely. Well, that segues quite nicely into a question I wanted to ask. I might perhaps begin with Odile, drawing on your experience and international perspective, but thinking about a small nation like Scotland, David before highlighted the opportunity for Scotland to demonstrate leadership, but it's of course not just about Scotland, it's about other small nations, and you know, is there greater scope there to innovate and to take things forward? What do you, from your experience, Odile, think are the most critical ways in which Scotland needs to collaborate internationally in order to play a meaningful role in the UN's decade of ecosystem restoration, you know, thinking about how we finance all of that? Do you have any thoughts on what you think small nations such as Scotland should prioritise in terms of how they collaborate, who they collaborate with, and so on?
First of all, you do that first, still. The Edinburgh Declaration, Edinburgh is here, for the cities, green cities, that has been signed in Edinburgh, I think, and that's a collaboration of cities of the world, or I don't know how many are there, in order to integrate more and better biodiversity in cities, perhaps related to the last panel. So you are doing things like that already, which is really a great initiative. So it could be a decline in other sectors, in either cities, or relationship between governments, relationship between financial entities with other international ones. So that's what I see for a small country, as you say, to partner with others and to either give experience of what you are doing here or take experience from others. But I would say that that's an international point, but at local level also that's important, that in the government, in fact, what we see everywhere is that everyone is working in silo, more or less. And what we see, look at the CBD, for example, that's almost only ministries of environment. And it's perhaps not so well known. The climate scope is perhaps much better known. And the ministries of finance are not in. And when we speak of financing nature, they should be together and they should speak together. So at the national level, that's perhaps the first thing to say. You speak a lot of partnership between public-private, between private and NGOs, as we said before, with farmers, as you said, and so on. So that's perhaps at this level, that's perhaps the basic things to do. And after that, at the international level, to cooperate with either your sister organization or government or other type, but begin locally, I would say, if I may.
Okay, no, I thought that's a very helpful point there, and yes, some recognition for the important collaboration that Scotland is engaging in. I wonder if I could just maybe pick up on that question, and do feel free to come back and sort of answer that specific question about Scotland and other small nations again. But what do people feel about what's not only sort of beneficial to collaborate on, but what are the areas where it's absolutely critical to collaborate? Which of the aspects of this discussion can simply not happen without collaboration? And we could argue, well, that applies across the board. Everything requires collaboration, and to some extent, I've no doubt that's true. But if we were prioritizing areas in which to collaborate, does anybody have any views?
Joe, maybe just come in a minute about Scotland. I have a great feeling, a great saying that Scotland's like a small village. And that's very positive, because literally anybody is a phone call or 2 phone calls away. Literally anybody you can speak to in Scotland, which is brilliant. So if you want to find out about something, whether it be legislation, whether it be an opportunity, who owns a bit of land, whatever it is, you can find that out relatively simply. So it is like a small village. Having said that, anybody who's ever lived in a small village will know it's got a downside, which is people criticise each other all the time and backstab and don't always cooperate the way they say they're going to cooperate, sort of things. So a bit of that challenge. And I think that Scotland's biggest challenge is to really, in this agenda, given the urgency and the timing, we have to get together. And again, go back to the last session even, I just thought, as I said during the discussion, I was slightly horrified at the obstacles. You know? We know that the people of Glasgow in massive numbers are suffering fuel poverty. We've got land all round about them. We need to find out who owns it, compulsorily purchase it and start using it to their benefit. It's not complicated. We just need to start pressing the right levers and quickly. And other things, we've allowed ourselves to take a long time to do things. We do not have time to do this. And and fuel poverty in particular, a conversation with somebody over coffee there, it's now here, it's here now. Fuel poverty in this country is going to be absolutely crippling and will lead to, well, bluntly, suicides and other real social problems in the next 12 months with the price of energy, which is not going to go down dramatically. We need to do something about this now. So we've got some real pressures on us to actually get together and get going with this. So we have to do that. And as I say, the public sector is the facilitator, and we can all do it, but we need to start using our contacts, our connections, and our smallness is a real strength, but absolutely learn from other places and work with other places, even England perhaps, but we need to work together, sort of thing as well.
No, thank you, David. If any of the audience has got any questions that they would like to put to our panellists, do feel free to indicate to perhaps Ruchir if you've got anything. And if you're in the online audience, do feel free to type something into the chat. But I think David Young was about to say something. So just while people have a chance to formulate their questions, David, over to you.
Look, I'm still learning a lot about the way you're working in Scotland at the moment. So I'm not going to comment specifically about Scotland, except to say that in the private sector, when business wants to trial a new product or try out a new service in a new market, they often go to small countries. They often go to small countries because those countries have good laws, good governance, good transparency of behaviours, and it seems to me Scotland ticks all those boxes. And therefore, if this is indeed the global market we need it to be, and as somebody said this morning, investors are predominantly followers, there's got to be somewhere in the world that shows how it's done. And somebody's got to take that and grab that and make it happen. And it seems I've heard a lot so far that gives me a lot of encouragement that Scotland is up for that.
Oh, thank you, David. A really, really sort of interestingly made point there, actually. And I think lots to think about there. I'm going to ask Hannah and Ruchir whether we've got any questions from the room.
Can I just check, Joe, do you want me to take 2 or 3 questions before we come back to the panel?
Yeah, let's take a couple, shall we, Ruchir? Thank you.
Just before you, can I just double check if anybody else wants to come in as well? Excellent. Okay, so we'll take Bruce and then Jeremy.
Hello, yes, Bruce Howard, directing the Ecosystems Knowledge Network, working across the UK. I'm going to pick up a little bit on the elevator challenge that Helen had earlier, and ask our panel if they were to meet a minister from some part of government in some part of the UK at COP26 over the next week or so, and that minister were to indicate that they sort of had £50 million to spare, could the panel tell us how they would advise that minister to use those £50 million in advance of accelerating nature-based finance? Keen to know your ideas.
It's a bit more of a comment, actually. Jeremy Leggett, I wanted to start the David Watt fan club here, because I think that this is just such a terribly... well, I volunteer. Just a quick thought. I've been around doing all this for so many years, for 3 decades, really, and I've been to most of the COPs. I gave a talk in Lloyd's of London in 1993 about the existential threat to the insurance industry. Many of those people, the insurers, agreed with it because of all the disasters that were happening that long ago. And the financial sector is still, all this time later, I'm going to use the word bleating about, you know, the need to de-risk investments and all the stuff we've been talking about. So I'm in danger of shooting myself in the foot a bit, also being involved in this de-risking business with natural capital verification sites. But at some point, leadership has to emerge. People have to start saying, we are on a war footing. We need to mobilize this finance. We need to force it where it needs to go. And unless people like us, under David's leadership, are prepared to speak up and say that, the politicians will never have the nerve to intervene at the level that they need to do that. And just a final thought as well about the rising price of land, because we haven't talked about that much here at this meeting, but the way the price is going up is just so unsustainable. It's going to create a social powder keg. It's so easy to see this coming. I'm employing people who can't even afford to rent, let alone, you know, buy anything. And so that's going to require governments to step in and say, sorry, we're changing the rule book. We've got to take the heat out of this ridiculous inflation, and we're going to intervene quite radically to do it. So land reform and climate is going to require that kind of leadership, I think.
Back to you to bring in the panel.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you, Ruchir, but no, very powerfully made points. So I think, yes, Bruce's question, let's tackle that one. What would you say about that £50 million? Who would like to come in on that first?
I can try.
Thank you, Odile.
50 million is a lot and not a lot, in fact, for as I said, I work in a development bank, and the 50 million project is not a lot. So so if you are coming at the COP, 15 million regarding the, I don't know how many trillions, that's not a lot. So what I would finance with that is what you said. Examples to show to the other what can be done. So seed project, as you said, and so on. Really on the ground, saying, look, it can work. It can work, but for that you need money for the project, money perhaps to buy land, money to train people, money to raise awareness of the community, if needed, of the farmers, if needed, of everyone. But really that 1-2 example, well chosen, not the same, not one in city, one in country, one I don't know, and able to show that it works, to be able to raise awareness, to reinsure the financial sector that it's possible to do that, and to reinsure also the farmers and others, people in cities and others, that it's possible. Because you don't have enough money to make big things with 15 million. Sorry to say that.
No, brilliant. Thank you, Odile. Renée, did you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in from a slightly different angle, because obviously in the codes, what we definitely need is scientific evidence to underpin all of these codes, to be able to actually get the private investment, to have the credibility that the emissions reductions or carbon sequestration credits are being sold are real, measurable and quantifiable. There's still a definite need for way more scientific evidence in a lot of these ecosystems to be able to get that market off the ground. So that will be the first one. And then if there's anything left, maybe looking at some kind of de-risking of that, getting a guarantee, some kind of guarantee in place for a floor price or something like that for landowners to de-risk, for them to enter this kind of market.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's just try and squeeze in one more question from the room, if there is one, Ruchir. And if not, I've got a good question here from the Zoom chat, which I'm also going to just throw in.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, it's Andy Griffiths from Nestle.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Joe. Just a quick question from my perspective. Most of the focus over the last 2 days has been around environmental outcomes. Just interested in the views of the panels. If we can get the commercial flows structured correctly, the opportunities to catalyse social and economic regeneration within those communities.
Great question. Who'd like to come in on that? Victoria, and then David.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are absolutely behind from what the Cabinet Secretary said yesterday as well, that the social and the economic are absolutely critical. And I think there's so many opportunities across the piece. I think now the challenge is how do we design the market to really capture that and really build that in so that we've got the kind of guardrails in terms of how the market functions that we can really verifiably, not just in terms of the environmental outcomes, but also in terms of the economic and the social outcomes, show that we're really delivering against that so that we're getting the full benefit that the money can deliver. And I think we're really interested in the kind of mechanisms that we can design to really make that happen. So yeah, we're completely, fully behind that. I think if we don't do that, then we're really missing a huge opportunity. And as many have already said, there are consequences if we don't, that we will then have to address afterwards. So it's a real opportunity to get it right.
Some great points there. Thank you, Victoria. David, really briefly, and then I'm going to have to close with the one online question. I'll give the last word to a question that's coming on Zoom. Sorry.
Spend my 50 million quid, and I'm tempted. I sort of agree that the pilot projects work, but truthfully, I'd give it to Willie Watt because I think that partnership's really, really important as well. So actually getting a bigger bang for your buck, so you can multiply your 50 million if you give it to Willie, and he gets other support in beside it as well. And I'll go back to I'm Jeremy's #1 fan as well, by the way. But it's a really interesting point actually about the implications of things like we massively need to increase council tax for second homeowners, for example. There's a lot of things that actually stack into this whole package. While I said earlier on it's simple. It's simple from a private sector. It's far from simple from a political and a public sector view. But that's one of the things we have to face up to is land is unaffordable for young people as well. As somebody is a parent of 4 and a grandparent of a growing number. A swarm, I would say, and I really worry about their future. They won't be able to afford to live in this country the way we're going. We have to sort that out as well.
Okay, now thanks very much, David. So I'm going to come on to the final question. I'm going to give you all just 20 seconds to answer this great question that's come in from Nicola Melville. Nicola says, we've talked a lot about action over the last few days. What is the panel's first action when they get back on Monday to move this agenda forward? So short, sharp, inspiring comments to finish this great session on. I'm rather sad that it's coming to an end, actually. Who would like to jump in first? Renée?
Well, I'm actually going to the Flow Country on Monday, so I won't be in the office. I'll be going with a collaboration, actually, of Landscape Finance Lab, NatureScot, and Highlands Council as well, to look at what we can do in the Flow Country in this market, so to see if we can get anything off the ground there as well. So it'll be some practical things I'm doing on Monday.
Excellent. Thank you, Renée. Victoria?
Well, Monday, COP's still going on Monday, I think. So the hypothetical question of encountering a minister at COP will not be a hypothetical on our end. So we're still on duty for that. But what we will be doing, and what I will be doing, is to reconvene with all of our partners that were actually here part of this event and discuss what we're going to do next and to figure out a roadmap. Because I think we need to order our actions now because there's lots of stuff to do. So. I think we kind of are going to have a debrief, I think, and then, yeah, crack on, I think.
Brilliant. Thank you, Victoria. Odile?
That will be on Tuesday, because on Monday I will be in the plane. What I have on my table is to organize a workshop. It's not to organize another event, but we did that in June, to allow financial people to speak to the CBD community. I can tell you, it's complicated. That's two really different worlds. And now we want to continue and to explain to the CBD community and vice versa how they can work together and how to better integrate, because I didn't speak of that at all, the financial sector in the global biodiversity framework, which is the next framework which will be adopted at the COP15, the same as the Paris Agreement. And for now, it's not completely or not in-house, in my point of view, consistent and achievable and applicable by the financial sector and the private above all. So we have to continue to work on that.
Hugely important. Thank you, Odile. David?
Yeah, I think First of all, I should have picked up the collaboration point a bit more. I mean, my commitment is that we will be just talking before sat down about other collaborations and how we follow this successful collaboration forward. We really need to all work together. Personally, I will be phoning back the guy who's coming to put solar panels on my roof as soon as possible, sort of thing as well. And on Wednesday, I'm having a meeting to look at form a business in this space to try and get some work done and actually do something instead of just talking about it. So I'm really keen to get going.
Great, thanks, David. A great focus on action there. And last but not least, David Young.
Monday's going to be tied up wrestling and wrangling with some regulators over why they won't support a bundle of 10 nature-based solutions. So that's going to drag me back to reality, I'm afraid. But on Tuesday, fortunately, we have the core group for the Financing UK Nature Initiative. And I think similar to Victoria, it's time to really turn the focus to implementation. We know what the barriers are. We know what the solutions are. Yes, there's data that needs to be obtained. Yes, there are complexities to be overcome. But we just cannot underestimate the urgency and the need to crack on with it.
Thank you, David. Well, that's a very apt note to finish on. So huge thanks to all of our panelists. Thank you to all of you for the great questions. Apologies for the questions I didn't get to. I would quite happily have listened to the panel for a lot longer, but thank you very much to all of you.
Thanks very much. Just on behalf of the Scottish Forum on Natural Capital, I'd like to give a warm thank you for all of you for attending this, both those of you here in person. It's been a great couple of days, and also for those of you online who've been contributing via the chat and on the Miro boards. So thanks again. And I'm now going to pass over to our colleagues Sophia and Omar from the Global Ethical Finance Institute to wrap up for us. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone. That was really, really good. I'm glad we made space in the calendar for a bit of a sum up, because there's been a lot of information going around. So I'm not going to keep it long because it is Friday afternoon and it's been a long week so far, and we're not done yet. As Victoria said, there's another week of COP. So we're not quite done yet. So when we started our Finance for Nature and Nature COP26 program yesterday only, feels longer ago now, we had a feeling it was going to be a special event. The sun was shining over a beautiful, crisp and frosty bonny Loch Lomond. I think we were right. I think it has been truly special. Not only because we have not met like this in what feels like pretty much forever. Not only because we had to see if our suits still fit or if leggings were now the clothing of choice. And not only because we're in this beautiful setting, but because we and all the partners, I mean that when we say we, managed to gather a group of diverse, open-minded, experienced, caring, and very chatty individuals. We have seen connections forged in the hallways and friendships made over a meal. Ideas have been seeded. And we, well, I have anyway, learned a lot, shared a lot, and I've been thinking a lot. From the intricate understandings of peatland, which is very specific, to the broad strokes of TNFD. We've covered finance for nature top to bottom. Learning new concepts like Trilonia. Did we really understand that? Trilonia? That's a crazy word. Understanding momentum, collaboration, and confidence to get the transitions to a nature-based financing model to become more accessible. The complexity of this does not escape any of us. Or maybe it's just super simple. But I walk away from these 2 days feeling like there's a sense of hope, a willingness to try, and a quiet determination that I've not seen or felt in a really long time. So maybe it's the beautiful surroundings that give us that extra motivation, or maybe it's the people we got to meet and hear from. So really quickly, this is the bit where I say my thank yous, because it has been a truly collaborative series of events. A big thank you to Global Canopy, who were here yesterday, Scottish Forum of Natural Capital, Nature for Climate, the UNDP, and the Scottish Government. A quick thank you to all the speakers and exhibitors, both online, in person, from afar, and down the road. A huge thank you to Loch Lomond and Trossachs National Park for the rangers taking us on walks around, and also the drivers yesterday, e-vehicle ferries back and forth to Balloch Station. It's been a massive success, thanks to that. Thank you to the team of Ross Priory. And a thank you to everyone who's attended and contributed in person and online. Our last thank you goes to the weather. I don't know who ordered it, but it was... Thank you, Gordon. Thank you. National Parks. So what now? Yeah, exactly. So what now? Because that was the question just here at the end. What now? At GEFI, we hope that you walk away from these days finding a call to action, a way to action, to doing things a little differently, maybe to reaching across to organizations you might not have approached before, maybe people you've never met before. You'll ask the hard questions and you'll have to find the tricky solutions. Maybe we should stop thinking outside the box. Maybe it's a whole new box. Maybe it's not even a box. We heard today that we need to create a new architecture for nature investment because protecting nature is more economic than destroying it. So that's our task. Just no biggie. What are we waiting for? We've been giving examples that work. We've been shown where the obstacles lie. So most importantly, we've been shown that this is also a huge opportunity. So we've heard it won't be easy. We've heard that it won't be quick. And we learned today it probably shouldn't even be too quick. But it will come to be if we work at it. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions, your openness and curiosity. Let's keep the movement going, and let's keep the conversations pressing, challenging, and curious. Here to close us off, the MD and founder of GEFI, Omar Sheikh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophia. Look, not much more at all to add. Sophia's done all the thank yous, and really, just from our end, at the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, what an amazing week this has been. We've been at this venue, and the whole idea of finance for nature in nature, which at one point someone thought that was quite funny, actually has materialized to be fantastic venue, particularly as I know a number of people are in the blue zone and green zone have been struggling with the queues and so on there. So thank you to all of you for making the time. And all I can say is, as someone who is a chartered accountant, a financier by trade, the conversations you've been having over the last 2 days are absolutely immensely important. And I really hope you can continue to have those, because I know as an accountant, we do not value our nature, full stop. That's it. If it's not valued, if it's not on the accounts, it frankly, unfortunately, ontologically does not exist. So therefore, what you're discussing and the work you guys are doing is absolutely crucial and critical in us addressing this and getting nature valued the way it should be. So please do continue the conversations, and if us at GEFI can help in any way whatsoever to connect you with the financiers to facilitate those conversations, we are absolutely here to help. And just finally, just to reiterate, as Sophia said, a huge thank you to all of our core partners, all the team here. Rory at Production Bureau has been stuck in that corner. Thank you so much to you. And of course, to all the partners for the actual Finance for Nature in Nature programme, UNDP, Nature for Climate, Global Canopy, Scottish Forum on Natural Capital, and of course, Kat, you and your team. After COVID, we were in a bit of a pickle, and your support allowed us to secure this whole programme. So thank you very much to Scottish Government and all of you. Once again, have a lovely and safe trip back home. Thank you.